Chapter 674. The Patriarch of the Three Clear Lineages, the Supreme Figures of Taoism. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who had lofty ambitions or were overly ambitious. Countless people who had lofty ambitions but lacked talent or were truly peerless geniuses had attempted to cultivate the three pure ones simultaneously. But in the end, they would either fail, give up, or not be able to enter the door at all. Those who could persevere on this path were few and far between. Because it was too difficult. Before cultivating in the immortal ending sword manual, Yan Zhaoge had once asked himself whether he really wanted to walk down this path. The number one direct lineage disciple of the Jade Clear lineage, the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, had already ensured that his future path would be smooth. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely be able to reach the heights that many people dreamed of. Should he still take the risk and walk a much more difficult path, adding many difficulties and obstacles for no reason? It might even block his own path of advancement and trap himself in his own trap. After thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge's answer was, go. He was a very vain person, but this time, it was not to satisfy his own vanity. Everyone would be a little perfectionist, have a hobby of collecting, and have the desire to have a perfect harvest. Yan Zhaoge had one as well, but it was not for that this time. The reason was that even though the path was much more difficult, it was possible to reach higher heights. After the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace had become the dust of history. This was eternally buried deep within Yan Zhaoge's heart, never forgotten, spurring him on to unceasingly advance, unceasingly upwards, never resting, never getting tired. Now, he was a warrior, and he was used to being a warrior. A martial artist would always aim for a higher goal. While challenging all external enemies, they would also challenge themselves. Perhaps he could not avoid it, but Yan Zhaoge was happy to walk such a path. Thus, he continued walking. Yan Zhaoge felt the shaking of the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth. Because he had stepped into the martial saint realm, the surrounding spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth had been drawn into his body, tempering it. This was a difficult path. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood was not the end, nor was it complete. This was just the beginning. The path ahead would only become more and more difficult. Yan Zhaoge was extremely clear about this, but he was exceptionally calm. I might not be the lucky one, I might not be the one who always wins, and I might not be the one who succeeds in the end. However, this did not affect him from being a confident and proud person. Frivolous or ignorant, I dare to walk this path. 12 breaths of time had passed. However, the glorious rainbow sword returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands once more. He slashed out from the distance, a streak of pure white sword qi hacking straight towards Nong Yushuan. Nong Yushuan's expression changed greatly, the low-grade saint artifact on his body, the heavenly starlight armor, lighting up, as if starlight had gathered to form an armor. However, that pure white sword energy cut through the heavenly starlight armor like it was tofu, and its light was instantly extinguished. Nong Yushuan was greatly shocked. Unable to move his body, he could only barely summon the dim glorious saber qi that he could control and gather it in front of him. The white sword qi turned and landed on the invisible black flames. Nong Yushuan gave a muffled groan, his figure tumbling out. Feng Yunsheng, who was shrouded in black smoke, felt the changes in the dim glorious saber qi. She heaved a sigh of relief, and the cold sunlight in her eyes slowly faded away. If something unexpected had happened and Yan Zhaoge had not succeeded in time, she would have had to go all out, continuing to hold on no matter what. Meanwhile, Nong Yushuan having suffered a setback at the final moment already meant that Yan Zhaoge had succeeded. Within the air, Yan Zhaoge first repelled Nong Yushuan with a sword. Meanwhile, the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners had already rushed before him. They all wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. However, they had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually succeed so quickly. That was right. If not for this, how would he have dared to take this final step before the faces of a bunch of enemies? It was just that even as such a bizarre truth was laid out before their very eyes now, everyone still felt that it was unreal. They had only been a little slower, but this short distance was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. Now, they were even still in the posture of rushing towards Yan Zhaoge. Their courage dissipated as a chill arose within their hearts. They could only feel like they were rushing over to their deaths, offering their heads to Yan Zhaoge's sword. A massive boom resounded within the air. The great gate of the myriad dragon palace was forcibly jolted open, a figure shooting out from within. It was precisely that third-level martial saint elder of the Radiant Light sect who had been imprisoned by Yan Zhaoge earlier. As soon as he appeared, he did not say a word as he first shot towards Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this elder, some hope reignited within the hearts of the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Everyone clenched their teeth, attacking fiercely towards Yan Zhaoge. The youth before them had merely just stepped into the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners present were martial saints. All of them attacked together, not believing that they would not be able to take down a first-level martial saint who had just entered the early merging avatar stage. No, it should be said that which first-level martial saint was there that they would not be able to take down. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. His figure abruptly shot into the air, numerous streams of white sword chi traversing amidst space where his sword pointed. Some of that sword chi abruptly changed in appearance, actually possessing some of the concept of the dim glorious devilish chi of the Rahu star. The sword chi that contained the power of corrosion instantly cleansed the golden sunlight amidst space. Some of that sword chi changed in appearance as well, possessing some of the power of the Keda star as it transformed into the dim radiance of water, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. Some of that sword chi that contained the power of corrosion swept through the silvery moonlight. As the two swords combined, solar and lunar eclipses simultaneously appeared, the power of extermination and death reaching a peak as it specifically targeted the Radiant Light sect's sun-moon divine palm. Some of that sword chi transformed into extremely flourishing sunlight and moonlight, countering the Radiant Light sect's sun-devouring moon-eroding hand. Some of that sword chi transformed into a black hole, devouring immeasurable radiance as it targeted the Radiant Light sect's infinite bright light palm. Some of that sword chi resembled flowing water and time, corroding the Radiant Light sect martial practitioner's inextinguishable light body that was most proficient in defense. Time was like water, merciless. Even the most eternal of radiance would eventually dim before time one day. As the terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword circulated, infinite variations were manifested, being incomparably profound as it sent various existences towards their final destination through various methods. The process was filled with myriad variations, but the final result was always the same. There was only a single final destination that led to the same destination. And that was extermination. Yan Zhaoge was leisurely as he attacked towards that Radiant Light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm with a sword before attacking the others with another sword before attacking that Radiant Light sect elder once more before changing his target, attacking the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Struck by the terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword, even that late merging avatar martial saint elder of the Radiant Light sect who had merged his body, avatar, and soul as one was unable to withstand it as he was injured and crippled upon contact. Other than that Radiant Light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm, none of the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners participating in the encirclement could withstand the might of a single sword of Yan Zhaoge's. Sweeping through the entire area, the shadow of death loomed over the hearts of all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Chapter 675. Witnessing that white sword chi that was ever-changing and infinitely profound yet brutal to the extreme, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners felt a chill run down their spines. They suddenly recalled that Yan Zhaoge had once slain Yang Zhaozhen of the first level of the martial saint realm when he had still been a martial grandmaster. Now that Yan Zhaoge had finally transcended mortality and entered sainthood, how terrifying would he be? At this point, all of them felt the urge to retreat. While Yan Zhaoge's expression was leisurely, his gaze was cold. He did not use any other martial arts, just one man and one sword as he unleashed the infinite profundities of the immortal ending sword. The other concepts had all dissipated now, only the ferocious sword intent of the immortal ending sword that could extinguish everything flourished more and more as it was pushed to the extreme. This was a sword of pure slaughter and annihilation. In terms of its savagery, few other martial arts could compare to it. Having attained the martial saint realm, Yan Zhaoge's low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, was currently fully unleashed in his hands. While it was not really compatible with the sword intent of the immortal ending sword, controlled by Yan Zhaoge, the sword light turned cold and pale, its dense killing intent unprecedentedly sharp. The radiant light sect martial practitioners summoned their final bit of courage, attacking towards Yan Zhaoge in unison. Instantly, bright light filled Yan Zhaoge's surroundings as the entire world seemed to be filled and isolated by it. Emotionless and without thought, the infinite, immeasurable radiance was bright and pure, expelling and extinguishing all other existences within its range. Within this world of infinite radiance, Yan Zhaoge was like the greatest foreign object as he was suppressed and destroyed by all the radiance. He laughed lightly, sweeping with his sword, his brutal sword intent directly hacking through the infinite radiance before him. The all-extinguishing sword intent swept through the surrounding area, being omnipresent. Muffled groans resounded as the attacking radiant light sect martial practitioners all retreated in defeat. The dense white sword chi swept outwards once more, numerous heads instantly flying into the skies. The surrounding heavens and earth were illuminated tragically white by the sword light at this moment. The flowing clouds in the sky dissipated, space distorting and collapsing as it expanded and shattered even further into the distance. The great sea down below froze before the seawater dried up, revealing reefs at the bottom of the sea which cracked unceasingly. The dense chi of underground fire surged within before being extinguished unceasingly. As more and more people were slaughtered, Yan Zhaoge was slaughtered, the sword intent of the immortal ending sword grew stronger and stronger, still rising. Unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge even with their combined attacks, they finally gave up, wanting to flee. However, it was already no longer up to them whether they stayed or left. Yan Zhaoge expanded his sword, enveloping the surrounding area as he slew one radiant light sect martial practitioner after another. The radiant light sect martial practitioners present were all dead or injured. That radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm roared furiously, simultaneously striking out with his palms towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly as he hacked out with another sword, the dense white sword chi transforming into a black hole which devoured immeasurable radiance. As the radiance dimmed, the white sword chi in the black hole shot out again and continued to slash at the opponent. Helpless, that radiant light sect elder could only wield his sacred artifact to block. Yet, bolstered by Yan Zhaoge's terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword, the glorious rainbow sword seemed indestructible as it directly hacked the other party's sacred artifact into two. The other party's face was livid as he pushed his radiant light illuminating art to the maximum, executing the radiant light sect's direct lineage supreme martial art that was most adept at defense, the inextinguishable light body. In an instant, it was as if thousands of rays of light had condensed on his body, making him look like a man of light. Light illuminates everything, eternal mark inextinguishable firmness concept burst forth. Yan Zhaoge, however, ignored this as he continued advancing with his sword. Where the brutal white sword chi passed, infinite radiance instantly dimmed, no longer possessing its former splendor of eternal illumination. That radiant light sect elder was greatly shocked, yet could only helplessly watch as the sword chi advanced with irresistible momentum. Inextinguishable light body, broken. At this critical moment of life and death, the other party clenched his teeth, simultaneously striking out with his palms before clapping downwards, clamping down on Yan Zhaoge's glorious rainbow sword. Just having made contact, the flesh and blood of his hands began turning to ash. Numerous illusory scenes seemed to appear before the eyes of this radiant light sect elder. This spiritual avatar condensed of his fleshly body, soul and martial will that he had cultivated in perfect unity actually gradually collapsed at this moment, separating once more. The separated true martial avatar dissipated, his fleshly body disintegrating as even his formless soul was extinguished along with it. Greatly shocked, he unconsciously released his grip. Yan Zhaoge sent his sword forward lightly, already piercing into his chest. Beneath the immortal ending sword that exterminated all life forms and all things, the body of this radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm shockingly collapsed. Yan Zhaoge kept his sword with a relaxed expression on his face, gazing to the side. Ching Song was blocked by the Northern Ocean clone while Nong Yuxuan stood amidst space, his expression ugly as he remained frozen and unmoving. Black chi surfaced on his face from time to time, the radiance within his eyes stable at times whilst chaotic at others. Having been forced into retreat by Yan Zhaoge's sword at the final juncture over the control of the dim glorious saber chi earlier, Nong Yuxuan had lost a large portion of it. The remaining dim glorious saber chi had become unstable once more due to the many twists and turns. Currently, Nong Yuxuan's body resembled overturning rivers and overturning seas as he showed signs of cultivation deviation once more. He could only stand stiffly where he was, ceaselessly regulating his breathing as he stabilized his true essence and the dim glorious saber chi that had entered his body. Finally managing his chi with much difficulty, he saw that most of his fellow disciples who had come to kill Yan Zhaoge along with him had already been decapitated. Yan Zhaoge stood amidst space, striding over, in the Eight Extremities world that year, I once said that I would come to the world beyond worlds to meet your radiant light sect. Now, I have come. Drawing with the glorious rainbow sword in his hand, another streak of white sword chi condensed, chopping towards Nong Yuxuan. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan's expression who had always been confident now turned extremely ugly to behold. Blazing sunlight and brutal black fire simultaneously surfaced on his body. The two intersected, forming an explosive force. Sunlight and eclipse clashed. Nong Yuxuan brought his palms together before raising them above his head. It was like a massive saber was raised high into the air by him before chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge. The Radiant Light sect's direct lineage martial art, the Great Radiant Light Saber, was a tyrannical saber that had been merged into one with the dim glorious saber chi. Half black, half golden, half saber light, half saber chi, they all intersected. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to have been separated into two worlds, dim and radiant. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as his dense white sword chi of the immortal ending sword shot upwards. Where the sword chi passed, the boundary between the two worlds was erased, becoming chaotic and unclear. Where the two clashed, space shattered, rippling and distorting unceasingly as it surged, resembling boiling water. The saber light that manifested immeasurable radiance dimmed, extinguished. The darkness that swallowed the heavens and corroded the sun dissipated. The solar eclipse ended, the light of day visible once more. However, as this sunlight appeared, it emanated the feeling of being at the end of the road. When the sun reappeared, it was already sunset, in the twilight of his years. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated Nong Yuxuan's face, his expression ashen. His usually elegant, youthful appearance appeared old and frail at this moment, as though he had reached the end of his destiny. What awaited him there was only death. Chapter 676. Yan Zhaoge's sword continued forward. Coldness and madness flickered within Nong Yuxuan's gaze. He completely gave up on defense, instead attacking towards Yan Zhaoge with all his might, completely looking like he wanted to perish together with him. Before today, if someone had told Nong Yuxuan that he wanted to go all out against someone who had just entered the martial saint realm, attempting to perish together with him, Nong Yuxuan would most likely have thought that the other party was spouting nonsense. Even without the dim glorious saber chi, his strength was still greater than that late merging avatar martial saint elder whom Yan Zhaoge had killed earlier. Having refined a portion of the dim glorious saber chi, borrowing the explosive power of the clash between sunlight and solar corrosion, his strength had skyrocketed, rarely meeting a match at the same cultivation level as he possessed peerless strength. Now, however, he discovered that apart from that, he already could not ask for anything more. I have truly underestimated you. If I had known earlier, I would have attacked the Eight Extremities world at all costs, exterminating you and Broad Creed Mountain. Amidst a sharp howl, Nong Yuxuan attacked with all his might, striking towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge instead laughed, "You will die even faster if you fight like this." The dense white sword chi was split into two between the heavens and the earth. A streak of sword chi intercepted Nong Yuxuan's attack while the other continued advancing unstoppably, chopping down on Nong Yuxuan's body. Nong Yuxuan's gaze was dazed for a moment, his gaze instantly becoming rather lax. He could clearly feel his true essence, chi, and blood as well as his soul all heading towards destruction at this moment. Nong Yuxuan stared fixedly at the sword in Yan Zhaoge's hand. "What sword Dao is this of yours, actually being so fierce and sharp, its sword intent actually seeming like the end of all things, the end of the world?" He was suddenly shocked. Wait, could it be the legendary immortal exterminating four swords? Only that sword of extermination which manifests the end of the world would have such a concept. The Radiant Light sect had originated from a split off of the Dim Radiant sect, a sacred ground of the martial Tao that had existed before the Great Calamity. While many things had already been lost due to many twists and turns, their accumulated knowledge still surpassed that of others. As an important figure of the Radiant Light sect, Nong Yuxuan had read through the sect's ancient records. Feeling that terrifying sword intent of Yan Zhaoge's, he suddenly felt enlightened as he suddenly recalled some legendary existences. As compared to the other powerful supreme martial arts, the immortal exterminating four swords were indisputably more famous. Nong Yuxuan did not recognize the immortal ending sword, only having heard of its name. But he really couldn't think of any other sword Dao that was so powerful and so ferocious. Yan Zhaoge's glorious rainbow sword spun once more, blocking Qing Song's attack from behind. Qing Song was an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage at the end of the day. While the Northern Ocean clone possessed outstanding strength and also had the advantage of his weapon, he could only block it as he was unable to guarantee complete safety. After a long battle, Qing Song finally found a chance to break through the defensive line. However, his attack was still blocked by Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, hearing Nong Yuxuan's words, Qing Song was greatly shocked as well. Prime clear direct lineage, immortal exterminating four swords. He stared blankly at Yan Zhaoge. That's right. Other than that, how could there be such a ferocious and powerful sword art? With such power, it can't be an evolved branch. It must be the most direct of the direct, the orthodox of the orthodox. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan suddenly laughed uproariously, laughing so crazily, "Ha ha ha ha. So your roots are in the prime clear direct lineage. No wonder you possess such strength. No wonder, no wonder. My defeat was not unjust. But your good days will not last for long." Red light circulated on Nong Yuxuan's face, resembling the final radiance of the setting sun. His smile was crazed and strange, hateful yet joyful. The earthly sovereign passed down a decree 1,000 years ago that descendants of the prime clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds. Those who defy this decree will definitely be slain even if they leave the world beyond worlds afterwards. This is already the case for branch lineages, let alone a direct disciple like you. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan shook his head. "You're dead for sure." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh. Descendants of the prime clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds? 3 sovereigns 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories." This was something that old man Mo had once solemnly warned Yan Zhaoge about before he had come to the world beyond worlds. These words represented the supreme rulers of the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. After having come to the Royal Reed Sea, having interacted with the martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect and the Grand Xian dynasty, Yan Zhaoge had learnt that the current world beyond worlds was still ruled by these words. Even if those of the Royal Reed Sea did not know what experts there were in the Royal Reed Sea, did not know of King Xuanmu, did not know of Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, did not know of the chief of the Radiant Light sect Luo Ziyuan and the others, they all knew of these words. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of pre-Great Calamity times. Instead, they were the current peak experts of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity. Amongst them, the earthly sovereign was rumored to be the head of the 3 sovereigns. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan said, "You can be arrogant all you want now. You will not have a good ending." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not appear solemn as it remained calm. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, he suddenly laughed. "Whether I have a good ending or not has nothing to do with you. Even if I encounter any trouble in the future, it will not be brought by you. What is there for you to be proud of?" Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. "There is no need for you to be concerned about me. You should be more concerned about yourself. The difference between you and me is that your current actions are like praying to the heavens to give me retribution in the future. You yourself are unable to do anything at all. Meanwhile, I am telling you clearly now that you will definitely not have a good ending. All of this is what I am giving you." Saying thus, he stabbed out with his sword once more. Nong Yuxuan's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding, yet he was already unable to utter a single sound. Beneath the immortal ending sword, his life force was rapidly extinguished as he approached the end. His vigorous true martial essence was of no use at all as it dissipated unceasingly. His powerful fleshly body and chi were of no use at all as they were unceasingly dissipated. His tough soul and will were of no use at all as they were extinguished unceasingly. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, who was gradually approaching the end, a chill arose within Ching Song's heart. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners had all been slain. Yan Zhaoge's strength seemed bottomless. If Nong Yuxuan perished as well, even Ching Song felt like he would be hard-pressed to withstand the combined might of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Amidst his thoughts, he speedily turned, directly fleeing. The 4th-level martial Sacred Realm expert no longer dared to battle as he fled at full speed. Yan Zhaoge gazed at him. Whose voice resounded from within the myriad dragon palace, "Young master, would there be a problem if we let him flee?" On the other side of the palace, Feng Yunsheng was seated in the meditative position, her eyes closed as she adjusted her condition. The roiling black fire and devilish chi were gradually absorbed by the cold sun divine saber. The dim blue radiance formed of the power of reversed sun on the surface of the cold sun divine saber gradually dimmed as it seemed to be devoured by the darkness. However, the brutal aura of calamity and inauspiciousness within was even more vigorous and tyrannical. When Yan Zhaoge had made a move earlier, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace had opened. A suction force had emanated from within, drawing Feng Yunsheng back within. Feng Yunsheng now opened her eyes as well. Ching Song was an early-seeing divinity martial saint. If he did not want to stay behind and fight to the death, instead wholeheartedly wanting to flee, it would definitely not be an easy thing to keep him behind. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. "Even if we do not pursue, he will not be able to escape." Chapter 677. Before Yan Zhaoge's words had landed, streams of radiance lit up in the distance. Numerous streams of light traversed the horizon, intersecting as they formed numerous massive spirit talismans which then came together to form complex, profound spirit patterns. A grand formation obscured the sky, isolating the surrounding area. Enveloped by the grand formation, the region of sea they were in seemed to have been separated from the original heavens and earth, forming a separate world of its own. Space was completely isolated as numerous blurry mists of light appeared before their eyes. Yan Zhaoge and the others felt their bodies instantly turn strangely heavy. Ching Song, who had fled into the distance, was enveloped and trapped by the formation as well. Similarly affected by it, his speed instantly slowed before his figure gradually descended uncontrollably. It was not just the feeling of bearing a heavy object. Instead, it was as though every single part of his body had become heavy. Every piece of bone, every bit of flesh and blood, even every drop of blood, was extremely heavy. Let alone martial saints like Ching Song and Yan Zhaoge, even martial grandmasters like Feng Yunsheng and who had long since become incomparably condensed and blazing hot. A drop of blood that was even heavier than mercury directly ignited as it landed on the vegetation. Now, however, they could only feel as though every single inch of their bodies, even the tiniest bit that had been sliced off, was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It was not just the people in midair. The seawater down below and the reefs of the Earth's crust beneath the seawater also distorted strangely. Enveloped by the radiance of the formation, the neighboring Suffering River region where Yan Zhaoge was battling Nong Yuxuan, Qing Song, and the others, space and time seemed to be collapsing at the same time. In the Heavenly Inheritance region, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao and the others who were still embroiled in battle all involuntarily slowed their movements, gazing shockingly in the direction of the Suffering River region. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect felt shocked and uncertain. How many experts exactly did the Radiant Light sect dispatch to surround and kill Yan Zhaoge? Zhang Chao was similarly shocked. Could there be an ambush in the Suffering River region? That Yen brat intentionally lured Nong Yuxuan and Qing Song over? Whose experts are they ambushing the Radiant Light sect? He could not help but worry about his situation. If there was an ambush in the Suffering River region, would there also be hidden killing intent targeting him over at the Heavenly Inheritance region? Exchanging glances, both sides saw the difference and shock in the other's eyes. It has nothing to do with them. Both sides understood, but they were even more surprised. He was unlike Zhang Chao, who had ascended as a martial practitioner of the Eight Extremities world, only having arrived in the world beyond worlds in recent years. After Elder Qi and the others sensed that it was not a method of the Radiant Light sect, they were all taken aback. Although this is the rear area and there are relatively few peak anti-Xian experts, it is not easy to set up such a powerful formation in our sect's territory. This meant that the other party had not planned this beforehand. Instead, they had quietly approached and set up a formation in a very short period of time. Even a seeing divinity martial sage would find it hard to lay down such a powerful formation in such a short period of time. One would need extremely profound attainments in formations. It was extremely difficult to find such a person in the Royal Reed Sea. Unexpectedly, a name appeared in the minds of Elder Qi and the others. Daoist Shi. He was a peak expert who had entered the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shenlingzi in the past, conquering the vast territories of the Grand Xian dynasty. At the same time, he was also the most peak formation grandmaster that had appeared in the Royal Reed Sea in many years. After the founding of the Grand Xian dynasty that year, the situation had gradually stabilized. King Xianwen had ruled over the Royal Reed Sea, becoming the hegemon of a region. Daoist Shi and his descendants, however, had gone missing just like Shenlingzi's lineage. Shenlingzi's lineage had reappeared earlier. Now, even Daoist Shi's disciples had appeared in this world as well. Feeling the sudden changes in the distant Suffering River region, Elder Qi and the others all felt a chill in their hearts. Meanwhile, Qing Song, who was within the Grand Formation, felt even more bitter. It was not that the Radiant Light sect had not expected the Grand Xian dynasty to be lurking behind. Firstly, they had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be so powerful. After a great battle, it would be their Radiant Light sect who would suffer heavy casualties. Secondly, such an expert had actually suddenly appeared in the Grand Xian dynasty, not giving them any chance of survival at all. With such a major disturbance occurring in the Suffering River region, also being within the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, it immediately alerted even more powerful experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the vicinity. Even the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts stationed within the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region had been alerted. Someone had actually attacked right under their noses, causing such a major disturbance as it was virtually like the Suffering River region was going to be completely destroyed. Shocked and enraged, the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts instantly rushed out of the sword domain, hurrying over to investigate the situation. However, that grand formation had already been formed. Protected by its power, even experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage, would not be able to destroy it in a single move. The peak experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were all pursuing King Xuanmu and the others under Gu Hong's lead. While the remaining experts were also powerful, they were unable to immediately break through the grand formation. Zhang Chao's brows were knit tightly. With such a great lineup, who exactly are they targeting? If it is that scum surnamed Yan, why is the Grand Xian dynasty paying so much attention to him? Could it be that the Grand Xian dynasty knows about the matter of the extreme Yang seal as well? Within the grand formation, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion stood amidst space. It was precisely Qi Wei. A woman stood beside him. It was Madame Kong. Two mid-seeing divinity martial saints had acted in unison in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. With Qi Wei personally establishing the Prime Earth reversal formation, even the nearby bigwigs of the North Sea Sword Pavilion had no chance of reinforcements. He gazed coldly at the myriad lifeforms within the grand formation as he mercilessly wielded the formation. Beneath the terrifying pressure, all things within the suffering river region, whether they were alive or not, whether their bodies were sturdy or not, distorted strangely before shattering, losing their original form. The radiant light sect elder Ching Song of the 4th level of the martial saint realm was unable to even utter a sound as fresh blood seeped out from every single pore of his body. Even his powerful acupoints, which were already connected to the stars in the sky above, were collapsing unceasingly at this moment. His skin, tendons and flesh broke apart bit by bit, dense white bones protruding out of his flesh as they were twisted into a ball. The blood of his entire body converged at a single point, forming a strange ball of blood. Beneath the destructive power of the grand formation, his powerful body of a martial saint was distorted to the point of no longer being human. His fleshly body was damaged, his true essence leaking out as Ching Song completely collapsed, his entire fleshly body being compressed into a ball that was still shrinking unceasingly, being compressed yet again. The only exception was Yan Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace. This was because Qi Wei had intentionally relaxed his attack on them with the power of the grand formation. Even so, the Myriad Dragon Palace was still shaking unceasingly as if it might fall apart at any moment. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone could feel that immense pressure as well. The other party would naturally not be showing mercy. Yan Zhaoge's heart was like a clear mirror. Qi Wei was doing this in order to prevent the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, prime chaos soil and other treasures that he had seized from the heaven-bearing effecate formation from being accidentally damaged or destroyed. Still, having set up such a grand formation, it would definitely not be just these few follow-up methods. Within the grand formation, a sword light that resembled water descended from the sky like a long river of time. Chapter 678. It's a very powerful formation, and the person who set it up is quite skilled in formations as well. Feeling the immense pressure brought about by the power of the prime earth reversal formation in the surroundings, Yan Zhaoge understood. He had encountered an opponent with a profound attainment in array formations. Most importantly, not only were the other party's attainments in formations profound, their cultivations were very high as well. Even the weakest among them was a seeing divinity early-stage martial saint expert. It was very likely that they were at the seeing divinity intermediate stage. The combination of his superior cultivation realm and his exquisite attainments in formations was extremely terrifying. Not giving him a chance to set up the array was fine, but now that the array was set up and activated, the suffering river continent was his home turf. In this place, it would not be a problem for Qi Wei to take on a few experts of the same realm. In order to avoid damaging the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the prime chaos soil and the other treasures, he was actually holding back against Yan Zhaoge's group. Qi Wei naturally wouldn't waste his time with Yan Zhaoge just like this. Madame Kong would naturally act within the formation, capturing and slaying Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yan Zhaoge felt the powerful force contained within. This should be that mid-seeing divinity martial saint of the Xinling Nine Swords who had searched for him in the region of sea near the whole tower region back then. Wherever the sword light passed, the flow of time in the grand formation seemed to come to a standstill. Even Yan Zhaoge's movements slowed. The celestial extinguishing sword was powerful, but the gap between their realms was too big. Even without drawing his sword, Yan Zhaoge could already predict the outcome of their clash. While the immortal ending sword might be able to hack through that swordlight that resembled the torrents of time for a time, there would be an endless stream of new swordlight that would finally envelop and drown him like a tide. Water could extinguish a fire, but when the fire was too big and fierce, the water would be burned dry. Moreover, unlike Deng Sen, Qing Song and the others who only possessed low-grade sacred artifacts, Madame Kong still possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact like the turbid heaven mirror armor. The strength of a seeing divinity martial saint combined with a mid-grade sacred artifact far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. However, Yan Zhaoge did not panic as his expression remained calm and composed. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched the sword light that was like a torrent of time. Countless rays of sunlight congregated on Yan Zhaoge's fist, as if this brightness, this blazing heat, was the only reality in this world, the only focal point. The glorious and tyrannical scarlet golden seal burned fiercely. It released 10,000 streaks of golden light as it appeared within the Earth-Cloud reversal formation. It was as if the real sun star had fallen into the formation. For a moment, the radiance of the formation patterns trembled slightly. Now that I have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, I can no longer just activate the extreme yang seal once. I can't guarantee any more, but 3 to 5 times should be no problem. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly as the extreme yang seal shot towards Madame Kong with his fist intent. Wherever the sunlight reached, the water-like sword light immediately fluctuated. Everything in the void regained its vitality. It was no longer sluggish and still, and time began to flow once more. Madame Kong had a shocked look on her face. Seeing this, Qi Wei similarly knit his brows tightly. This is a high-grade sacred artifact. This brat actually has a high-grade saint artifact. But after the shock, their eyes flashed at the same time. High-grade sacred weapons were so powerful that not to mention experts of their level, even King Xianwen, Shenlingzi, and Daoist Shi had coveted them. While they were shocked by Yan Zhaoge being able to wield the power of a high-grade sacred artifact at the first level of the martial saint realm, they firmly believed that this would definitely not be able to last for long. Apart from wresting back the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures, Madame Kong and Qi Wei were now even more determined to slay Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that an unexpected change had occurred, Qi Wei immediately strengthened the power of the Prime Earth reversal formation. Yet, even as Yan Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal, he did something else as well. The Northern Ocean clone did not linger for long as he directly retreated within the Myriad Dragon Palace before a shadow shrinking pouch appeared in his hand. The fragrance of the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance that could not be concealed instantly emanated. Even as Qi Wei and Madame Kang's spirits rose, they saw the Northern Ocean clone tap out with the fish dragon spear. The spear landed on a spirit pattern of the Prime Earth reversal formation, instantly breaking through space as a terrifying black hole was formed. Qi Wei's eyelids twitched wildly. Qi Wei already knew that Yan Zhaoge had been able to break the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and be highly proficient in formations. He had already tried his best to overestimate Yan Zhaoge in this regard. Still, Yan Zhaoge had still shocked him. As the Northern Ocean clone stabbed out with his spear, it struck a critical node of the Prime Earth reversal formation. If Qi Wei did not deal with it carefully, the formation would immediately fall into chaos. He could clearly feel that the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts who were currently attacking the Prime Earth reversal formation sensed it as their attacks immediately grew sharper and more powerful. This youth before him was definitely not inferior to him in terms of knowledge and research in the Tao of formations. He might even surpass it. Qi Wei's withered face twitched slightly as his gaze turned even colder. Even as he controlled the Prime Earth reversal formation to block the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts outside, Qi Wei controlled the changes in the formation as he dispelled Yan Zhaoge's methods. However, Yan Zhaoge did not waste time with him. The Northern Ocean clone struck out consecutively with his spear, unceasingly targeting and destroying the spirit patterns as he forced Qi Wei into a corner. Then, the mournful light of thunder suddenly flickered within the right pupil of Yan Zhaoge's true body. A violent thunderbolt that was terrifying to the extreme appeared, resembling the rage of an immortal divinity as it rampantly shattered the numerous spirit patterns. It was precisely an instant's thunder. Having refined the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment for many years, Yan Zhaoge had become increasingly proficient in an instant's thunder. This divine thunder was not just unleashed by the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. A great amount of Yan Zhaoge's vigorous true essence had also been ignited as he struck out with all his might. Caught off guard, Qi Wei was nearly pierced through by Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder. His face turned slightly green as he snorted coldly, pressing down with one hand, forcibly stabilizing the grand formation as he raised his other hand high above his head. Qi Wei wrote within the air, numerous spirit patterns of light instantly condensing in mid-air as yet another grand formation was clearly in the midst of forming unceasingly. Numerous treasures flew out from his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch, transforming into treasures for the establishment of the second grand formation. Madame Kang's expression was similarly unfriendly. While the extreme Yang seal could currently only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, its power was of extreme Yang as she would be hard-pressed to break through in a head-on clash. Madame Kang wielded the turbid heavenly mirror armor, forcibly withstanding the blow of the extreme Yang seal. The sword light that resembled water finally evaded the obstruction of the extreme Yang seal, still descending towards Yan Zhaoge. As the attack of an instant's thunder shook the prime Earth reversal formation, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with his spear once more. This time, space was completely ripped apart as a massive spatial crevice was forcibly broken through amidst the formation. Yan Zhaoge laughed, keeping the extreme Yang seal as he descended into the Myriad Dragon Palace alongside the Northern Ocean clone before shooting into that spatial crevice. Madame Kang's sword light resembled a vast, long river as it directly chased after him into the spatial crevice. As her sword light flashed, the violent void turbulence instantly became much gentler. However, as Yan Zhaoge raised a hand, that shadow-shrinking pouch that contained the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures was instantly swept away by the chaotic flows of space, seemingly about to vanish without a trace as it drifted off to some unknown space. Yan Zhaoge himself was leisurely and composed as he entered another chaotic flow of space. Madame Kang hesitated for a moment before sighing towards the heavens, chasing after the shadow-shrinking pouch. Qi Wei's second formation enveloped the area, combining with the prime Earth reversal formation as the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners were firmly blocked outside the Suffering River region. Now, however, they could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge vanished within the spatial crevice. What left him feeling especially despondent was that Yan Zhaoge still had the leisure to wave goodbye to him and Madame Kang. Whatever the case, the most important thing is that the heaven-bearing effecate formation can be maintained. Qi Wei could only console himself like this at this moment. Now, however, the usually calm and composed Madame Kang with an extraordinary bearing emitted a long, shocked and enraged howl from within the spatial crevice. The Earth-Sea Lung crystal is missing. Chapter 679. Madame Kang had always had a graceful bearing, rarely losing her composure like this. But at this moment, her heart was filled with resentment, comparable to when she first learned that her son, Kang Jinyuan, was in danger. Hearing Madame Kang's furious roar, Qi Wei's face was livid as well, his vision instantly turning dark. It was as if a mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest and he couldn't spit it out even if he wanted to. Before rushing to the Heavenly Inheritance region and Suffering River region this time, they had conversed with King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu answered solemnly. It would be hard to find another batch of treasures of such scale within a short period of time. If the batch of treasures that Yan Zhaoge had stolen was not retrieved, the Royal Reed Sea would have no way of collecting them once more. Even if they could find it, it would take a long time for them to accumulate the amount they needed. During this period of time, they could not afford to wait any longer. The sky-bearing efficacy array would not be able to be maintained any longer. As Qi Wei approached that spatial crevice, he saw the sword light of Madame Kang's time-flowing sword locking down the chaotic space within. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since disappeared without a trace. Even if they wanted to chase after him, they would not be able to do so now. Even Yan Zhaoge himself could not be certain of where he would end up. It was not impossible that he would end up outside of the royal Reed Sea. The two mid-seeing divinity martial saints exchanged glances, both having gloomy expressions on their faces. While they had already known that Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was extraordinary and that he was a heaven-defying genius with a body full of treasures, having truly clashed head-on with him, they still felt rather taken aback. According to the Grand Xian dynasty's words, when he killed Yang Zhaozhen in the Phoenix-bearing region, he should have just stepped into the transcending mortality stage. Madame Kang's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. In less than a year's time, he has actually attained the body of a martial saint. Qi Wei's expression was also grave. Could it be that he also cultivates the time-flowing sword, or some other martial art that originated from the Aeon Light heavenly scripture? Sensing that the forces attacking the Grand Formation were getting stronger and stronger, he knew that more and more anti-Xian forces experts were arriving. Qi Wei took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Let's leave this place first. Madame Kang nodded as well. While King Xuanmu and the others were helping to draw the attention of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, they were currently deep within the rear of the anti-Xian army at the end of the day. If they were not careful, they might instead perish here. Qi Wei's two formations moved side by side, reversing at the same time. The entire suffering river state started to crumble and crack, as though it was about to be destroyed. Borrowing the cover of the formation, he and Madame Kang hurriedly fled far away, heading towards the prearranged location where there would naturally be other experts of the Grand Xian dynasty to receive them. Looking at Qi Wei, Madame Kang said in a heavy voice, "I will go find that little thief. Senior apprentice brother Qi, try and see if we can use other treasures to replace the Earth Ocean Lung crystals. We will work together." Qi Wei's face was terrifyingly dark. The others are easy to replace, but the heaven-bearing ceremonial incense and the Earth Ocean Lung crystals are almost irreplaceable. Hearing her words, Madame Kang's vision darkened as well. Could it be that this Yan Zhaoge knows what we want those things for and thus intentionally withheld the Earth Ocean Lung crystals? Qi Wei gritted his teeth. It's not impossible. This kid is very knowledgeable and is especially good at formations. It's very possible that he knows about the sky-bearing efficate formation. Madame Kang's rage suddenly ceased as her expression turned hesitant. Could it be that there are other major figures who have learned of the Emperor's plans and have secretly sent this person over to stealthily disrupt our plans? If that's the case, it would still be fine. We only need to report it to the Emperor, who will then decide on everything. Qi Wei frowned. Still, the prerequisite is that it cannot be us who have leaked the news. Otherwise, if the Emperor places the blame on us, we would still be hard-pressed to escape it. Madame Kang muttered to herself, if there are other major figures who want to disrupt the Emperor's plans, who could it be? This is the Southeastern Exalt's territory at the end of the day. The possibility is the greatest. While he tacitly allowed us seniors to establish ourselves in the Royal Reed Sea that year, having been passed down to this day, the Southeastern Exalt most likely does not know what exactly we are doing. Therefore, he has ignored us. As soon as he knows the specifics of the situation, he might not agree. It is just that in order not to fall out with the Emperor, he has instructed someone to act in secret. As Madame Kang pondered, her heart suddenly jolted slightly. This Yan Zhaoge actually possesses a high-grade sacred artifact at such a young age and with such a cultivation base? While he is unable to fully wield the power within, it can still be seen that this sacred artifact is extraordinary. It actually seems to be superior to the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the King Xian spear. Madame Kang and Qi Wei exchanged glances. The true intent of the extreme yang star refined within is incomparably powerful, never having been seen before in our lifetimes. Its external appearance is that of a great seal. the two spoke simultaneously. Could it be the legendary extreme yang seal? Qi Wei's expression was ugly. This treasure has already been missing along with its owner for over 1,000 years. Madame Kang exhaled slowly. That's right. It is only missing, its whereabouts unknown. It is not that it has perished. She paused for a moment before saying softly, once, that major figure was acclaimed alongside peak figures like the earthly sovereign, reinvigorating Taoism after the Great Calamity, establishing the world beyond worlds and re-establishing Kunlun Mountain. Qi Wei pressed his lips together, one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. From his memories, Qi Wei found this legendary existence even to people of their level. When he mentioned this taboo name, Qi Wei's voice involuntarily became softer. As Madame Kang had said, this person was only missing, possibly still alive. Qi Wei was rather flustered and exasperated. Could it be that this Yan Zhaoge is a descendant of the exalted solar luminary? Madame Kang said, it is hard to say. While there are rumors from the Radiant Light sect that Yan Zhaoge is a martial practitioner of the lower worlds who followed the wound of the sky to the world beyond worlds, who knows what fortuitous encounters he might have had in the lower worlds. Anyway, let's first report the situation to the Emperor. Madame Kang thought for a moment before saying, talk to King Xuanmu and ask him to try to obtain information from the Radiant Light sect. If it really does not work, try to capture a higher echelon expert of the Radiant Light sect alive and interrogate him about the specifics of the situation. Qi Wei frowned. If I had known this earlier, I would have left that seeing divinity martial saint elder of the Radiant Light sect alive. Madame Kang's gaze flickered. I somewhat understand now why the Radiant Light sect is so fixated on that Yan Zhaoge. They very likely know that the extreme yang seal is in his hands. The Radiant Light sect originates from the dim Radiant sect. While they have fallen, they should still know that the extreme yang seal was something that the exalted solar luminary had accompanied in the past. Yet, they still dared to pursue Yan Zhaoge in such an unbridled manner. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge only obtained the extreme yang seal by chance, not being related to the exalted solar luminary at all. Qi Wei said, it is best to be careful. It is best not to easily guess at the thoughts of major figures like that. Who knows if there might be some secret behind this? The Radiant Light sect might just be playing with fire. Madame Kang said solemnly, we naturally have to verify this. Still, we cannot just sit here and do nothing. If, apart from the sacred artifact that is the extreme yang seal, that Yan Zhaoge is unrelated to the exalted solar luminary while we have done nothing at all, we would not be able to give an account to the Emperor. Qi Wei said, right. Continue pursuing that Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts while also trying to obtain more information from the Radiant Light sect. Madame Kang rubbed her forehead lightly, feeling a headache coming on. This Yan Zhaoge, what exactly is his background? Chapter 680. Yan Zhaoge's group who had been targeted by Qi Wei, Madame Kang and the others had just shot out of the chaotic flows of space. Looking at the vast ocean before him, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I should still be in the world beyond worlds. I just wonder if I am still in the Royal Reed Sea. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge suddenly saw a storm that shocked the heavens suddenly arise on the originally calm surface of the sea in the extreme distance. The tornado rolled up the seawater and went straight up to the sky. At the same time, terrifying lightning flashed in the center of the storm, jumping and spreading in all directions. Endless magnetic storms. Yan Zhaoge was rendered speechless, rampaging amidst space. It actually came to the vicinity of the clear scenic region. Like the phoenix-bearing region and the heavenly inheritance region, the clear scenic region was one of the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, this was not the region of the North Sea where the Heavenly Inheritance region, the Whole Tower region and the Suffering River region were, as it was closer to the western part of the Royal Reed Sea. What was worth mentioning was that this place was not far from the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Because of the terrifying endless magnetic storms, the clear scenic region was a place that one's grandmother did not care for and uncle did not love. Since the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect had not occupied this place, it seemed to have become a buffer zone for both sides. It could also be said that it was a natural barrier that the Radiant Light sect used to obstruct the Grand Xian dynasty's advance. Of course, it was only a barrier in one direction. But from another perspective, it was like an abyss. The Radiant Light sect did not have to worry that the Grand Xian dynasty would attack from this direction. If the Grand Xian dynasty attacked the Radiant Light sect from other directions, they would also not have to worry about them escaping from the clear scenic region. Looking at the endless magnetic storms that suffused between the heavens and the earth, Yan Zhaoge very sensibly retreated, getting himself further away from the clear scenic region. When the storm was at its peak, not only would it wreak havoc in the clear scenic region, it would also affect the vast surrounding regions. Now is indeed the time when the endless magnetic storms are rampaging. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, shading his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Light flickered above his head as the myriad dragon palace reappeared. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan and the Northern Ocean clone were all within, all of them looking curiously at numerous dragons of water shooting into the skies in the distance, thunderstorms densely covering the area as it resembled the end of the world. Being able to cause such a major disturbance in the world beyond worlds where the dimensional boundaries were stable and the circulation of spiritual qi was abundant, if the same force had landed in places like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world and the Flame Devil world, it would have truly been a world-destroying calamity. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position with his eyes closed, unceasingly regulating his condition. Streams of qi surged out of his body, circled around him, and then retracted to circulate his breathing. Looking within his body, he discovered that there were already many tiny wounds within the Northern Ocean clone's body. These injuries seemed extremely small, almost undetectable, but any one of them would be fatal if it landed on a martial grandmaster. The accumulation of so many injuries might seem insignificant now, but after a long time, it could become a huge hidden danger. The collapse of a 1,000-mile dike could be caused by an ant's nest. When the crack was large enough, the result would be a breach. However, if these injuries can be treated when they are still minor and completely healed, there won't be any major problems in the future. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was currently focused on recovering from these injuries. Borrowing the advantage of two sacred artifacts, in a prolonged battle against an early-seeing divinity martial saint like Qingsong, while he would not be at a disadvantage, he would still be affected somewhat. A martial saint who could break through the void and see the gods was no ordinary person. The gap between the third and fourth levels of the martial saint realm was far greater than that between the second and third levels of the martial saint realm. At the same cultivation level, the Northern Ocean clone would also be able to defeat Qingsong barehanded without any suspense. However, battling a seeing divinity martial saint as a merging avatar martial saint was a completely different matter altogether. Yan Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace to avoid the endless magnetic storms, sitting in the meditative position within the great hall, breathing and cultivating his qi. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Yan Zhaoge's accumulation was abundant as he virtually had no need to stabilize his cultivation base. Still, escaping from the prime earth reversal formation had expended a great deal of his strength. Not only had he wielded the extreme yang seal, he had also executed an instant's thunder. Also, having consecutively battled with experts like Nong Yuxuan, Qingsong, Madame Kong, and Qi Wei, Yan Zhaoge had also gained some benefits that he could slowly savor. So-called actual combat experience was all accumulated bit by bit just like this. Even as Yan Zhaoge regulated his condition, he gazed at Feng Yunsheng, smiling, first not speaking of getting rid of Nong Yuxuan and the others, just this abundant power of corrosion alone is already a great harvest. Resting the cold sun divine saber on her knees, Feng Yunsheng smiled wryly upon hearing his words. It is indeed abundant, abundant to the point that I am almost unable to raise my own weapon. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. The supreme treasure of the Rahu star that year, the Rahu saber, was at least a high-grade sacred artifact like the extreme yang seal and the extreme yin crown. Afterwards, the external form of the Rahu's saber collapsed, the great amount of the power of corrosion contained within transforming into the dim glorious saber chi that scattered, its remains forming the embryonic form of this cold sun divine saber. Now, most of the dim glorious saber chi that scattered back then has returned to this saber. Its power has naturally risen greatly, also containing the massive power of cold sun within. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. It is currently still in the process of refining the dim glorious saber chi and the power of cold sun once more. This saber's foundations are deep and its starting point is high. Now that it has accumulated sufficient power, when everything has been settled, it will probably be able to directly return to the ranks of high-grade sacred artifacts. Already a completely new weapon, it was still able to have such fortune. This is truly a great fortuitous encounter that is hard to come by. Ordinary martial grandmasters would naturally be hard-pressed to wield such a saber. It is already not easy for you, Yunsheng. It is all because you are virtually living in symbiosis with this saber. Feng Yunsheng said, I will not relax my requirements for myself. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I have never worried about you in this regard. Feng Yunsheng let out a rare sigh, I have never worried about you in the first place. You always have a way to resolve various difficult problems. Still, just now, that radiant light sect's Nong Yushuan mentioned something. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, saying candidly, the sword Dao that I cultivate in is indeed of the direct lineage of Taoism's prime clear lineage, the immortal ending sword of the numinous treasure Four Swords. It was an unexpected gain from the dragon tomb of the vast ocean world. Feng Yunsheng shook her head, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. This is very normal. I have no intention of asking you about the origins of your sword Dao. I am referring to what that Nong Yushuan said. The earthly sovereign of the world beyond worlds has decreed that descendants of the prime clear lineage are not to step into this world. If this is true, it cannot be underestimated. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Amongst them, emperors were above exalts, while the 3 sovereigns were stronger than the 5 emperors. The earthly sovereign vaguely seemed to be the head of the 3 sovereigns. From a certain perspective, he was virtually the ruler of the world beyond worlds, or at the very least, the strongest known expert. His words were law, his words of gold and jade. In the world beyond worlds, the words of the earthly sovereign were law. There might be those who could go against him, but they had to be major figures of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors at the very least. Even the exalts of 10 territories might not dare to openly oppose him. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, oh, now that you mention it, the news that that bastard revealed might be true, rather than just being a bluff. Chapter 681. Yan Zhaoge said, actually, I myself have always found it a little strange. Yan Zhaoge had not had much contact with the world beyond worlds as it was mainly limited to a corner of the royal reed sea. However, when he had visited the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world and other places earlier, he had discovered similar problems. He had never seen any prime clear lineage forces or martial practitioners. Not to mention the direct line of descent, there wasn't even a branch of it. The legacies of the Jade Clear lineage were related to Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. In the world beyond worlds, Shenlingzi's lineage aside, the martial arts of the royal family of the Grand Xian dynasty were also a branch of the Jade Clear lineage. The dim radiant sect of the past had existed even before the Great Calamity. It was rumored that its founder had once heard of it at Kunlun Mountain. The other martial arts legacies did not seem to have any illustrious backgrounds. However, as long as they were Daoist martial arts, other than those that were clearly related to the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages, they could all be considered to be of the Grand Clear lineage. The Grand Clear direct lineage was extremely rare, but it had spread far more widely than the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. In the legends, the Grand Clear Patriarch, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, had educated the people in the past and opened up the light of wisdom of the Tao. As a result, he had the morality of education and established the foundation and network of the human race's martial arts development. Of the martial arts of Taoism, apart from the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages, everyone else could worship the Lord of Tao and Virtue as their founder. Yan Zhaoge had long since noticed that he had seen the legacies of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages, be they direct lineages or branch lineages. Only the Prime Clear lineage had no signs of it at all. In the past, Yan Zhaoge had thought that it was because he had traveled too few places in this era and had too few martial practitioners whom he had interacted with. With the world beyond worlds as an example, while the Royal Reed Sea did not have Prime Clear legacies, this did not mean that other places did not have them either. After all, the world beyond worlds was so vast. However, after hearing Nong Yushuan's words now, comparing the two, Yan Zhaoge felt that all this was probably not a coincidence. As for the reason behind this, it was quite intriguing. If this decree of the earthly sovereign was carried out completely in the world beyond worlds, it meant that this was not just his personal wish. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, the exalts of 10 territories and the other major figures of the world beyond worlds all tacitly acknowledged this decree. At least, most of the top figures were supportive. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Interesting, this is very likely not a personal enmity, but rather a conflict as a whole. The Grand Masters of the 3 Pure Ones have already transcended. Why are the Jade Pure and Grand Pure Ones still capturing the Grand Master of Heaven? Oh, no, it's the primogenitor of numinous treasure. Why are they still making things difficult for his disciples and descendants? Yan Zhaoge's current thoughts were rather nonsensical, but he himself was actually very serious. After having come to this world for the first time before the Great Calamity, Yan Zhaoge had discovered to his surprise that some of the supernatural beings and legends of his previous life actually existed here as well. It was similar to Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and many other myths and legends. However, many things were specious. Some legends were exactly the same, while others were poles apart, even the opposite. This made it difficult for him to tell if the stories he had heard before were wrong, or if the legends he had heard after coming to this world were wrong. This was actually something that gave Yan Zhaoge a bit of a headache. There were many things that could only be taken one step at a time. The myths and legends that one had heard of could at most be used as a reference. Otherwise, one would be digging one's own grave at any time. Meanwhile, the inertia of one's thinking had always been something that was very hard to overcome. One might end up digging one's own grave at any time. For this particular matter, it was rumored that the founders of the 3 clear lineages had already transcended the world long before the Great Calamity had occurred, having been missing for who knew how many years. According to the records of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, this was not even something that had happened in this era. Before the Great Calamity, the relationship between the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and the direct lineages of the 3 clear lineages had not been as tense as it had been in the ancient times of the Investiture of the Gods at the very least. It was just that from the looks of it now, new enmity seemed to have arisen between them following the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. This is something that I had not anticipated before coming to the world beyond worlds. Swiveling his head, he saw that Feng Yunsheng had already retracted her gaze and was seriously meditating once more. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. I say, weren't you still worried about me just now? Now that a great calamity has befallen us, you've already flown off on your own. Feng Yunsheng smiled. I am also gradually getting used to your habits. If you are rubbing your temples when thinking about a problem, that means that the problem is indeed rather thorny as you have to consider it carefully. Still, if you are rubbing your lower chin, heh. Beside him, Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh, continuing, that means that you already have a plan, young master. Whether or not the method will work is another matter, but you already have one at the very least. As he said this, Ahu even imitated Yan Zhaoge's actions, stroking his lower chin. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes upon hearing his words. Do you really have to understand me so well? Feng Yunsheng and Ahu smiled as they looked at him, not speaking. Pan Pan raised his 2 front paws by the side, clapping as if he was applauding. Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile as well. After laughing, Yan Zhaoge said, the rumors are most likely true. Still, it is still not fatal. The numinous treasure 4 swords are indeed of the prime clear direct lineage. Still, I cultivate in the immortal ending sword, which is much better as compared to the other 3 swords. Neither copper nor iron nor steel, it was once hidden beneath Suya mountain. Not refined in reverse with yin and yang, would there be no sharpness tempered by water and fire? Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal red all around. The immortal ending variations are boundlessly wondrous, the blood of divinities drenching their garments. Yan Zhaoge recited slowly, the latter 4 lines actually simply point out some of the external characteristics of the numinous treasure 4 swords. Feng Yunsheng and who had thoughtful looks on their faces. The immortal ending variations are boundlessly wondrous. Yan Zhaoge nodded, while retracting the all-extinguishing sword intent within would lower the power of the immortal ending sword. With the help of many other sword arts and even many martial arts, it is sufficient to deceive most people. The Tao of the sword is a Tao of slaughter in the first place. It is actually fine if the killing intent is a bit heavier. So long as the concept of the numinous treasure 4 swords sending all things into annihilation is not manifested, it will be fine. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. Of course, when it really comes down to it, I will still have to go all out. He smiled, if there is a chance, I should first understand why the earthly sovereign has such a decree. There is no need to scare myself before this. Moreover, at the end of the day, I am not a descendant of the prime clear lineage. As they conversed, the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region gradually subsided once more. This natural calamity left as quickly as it had come. What was troublesome was that it came and went without any prior warning, as it was hard to guard against. As the endless magnetic storms subsided, not just the clear scenic region, the spiritual chi flow of the surrounding region of sea became much calmer as well. Yan Zhaoge's sensory abilities towards the outside world returned to normal. Therefore, he immediately sensed an extremely powerful aura emanating from the west, seemingly currently approaching this place. Chapter 682. Feeling a powerful aura approaching, Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the west. The clouds in the sky shattered, and brilliant rays of light shone down from the heavens, dyeing the sea red. A small black dot gradually appeared amidst the multicolored light. The small black dot instantly enlarged, approaching from afar as it arrived before Yan Zhaoge and the others. 1,000 feet long ship sailed out of the light, braving the wind and breaking the waves. Riding the astral winds of the 9 heavens, breaking through the sea of clouds. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Beside him, Feng Yunsheng and Hu were also focused on that massive vessel that sailed through the horizon. Hu opened his mouth wide, his saliva nearly dripping down. Young master, this is the riding wind heavenly vessel that the dim darkness sect martial practitioners once mentioned. Feng Yunsheng narrowed her eyes. Is it someone of the southeastern exalt's lineage? Yan Zhaoge said, that's right, it is precisely the riding wind heavenly vessel. If nothing goes wrong, it should be of the southeastern exalt's lineage. Still, if we want to confirm this, they will have to get closer first. The riding wind heavenly vessel was a rather legendary, miraculous treasure of the world beyond worlds. They were powerful and difficult to produce, so they were extremely rare. Only the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 10 exalted ones possessed a few. The royal reed sea was within the domain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang heaven territory. In this territory, the riding wind heavenly vessel would definitely belong to the southeastern exalt's lineage, barring any unexpected circumstances. Still, the royal reed sea was located close to the southern blazing heaven territory, at the border between the 2 territories. Therefore, it could also be the riding wind heavenly vessel of the southern exalt's lineage. Looking at the heavenly soaring divine vessel in mid-air that traversed 10,000 li in an instant, chasing the sun and pursuing the moon, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was momentarily dazed. What he thought of was the heavenly vessel that the heavenly court's divine palace had used to traverse the Milky Way in pre-Great Calamity times, also known as the vessel of the heavenly river. It was the means of transportation used by the immortals and deities in the heavenly court's divine palace to patrol the heavenly river. However, after the Great Calamity, most of it had vanished along with the divine palace. Having previously heard of the riding wind heavenly vessel, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely guessed at it. Now that he had seen the real thing, he immediately had an idea. The riding wind heavenly vessel before them was precisely the result of people attempting to recreate a heavenly vessel after the Great Calamity. Although it couldn't compare to the divine palace's sky ship of the past, it was still somewhat similar. Looking at the majestic riding wind heavenly vessel before him, Yan Zhaoge momentarily felt rather emotional, the vicissitudes of time and the vicissitudes of the world growing stronger. That massive divine vessel shot through the horizon, passing over the heads of Yan Zhaoge and the others as it arrived above the clear scenic region before suddenly coming to a halt. A mirror light suddenly descended from the riding wind heavenly vessel, hanging high in the sky as though it was the bright sun. The mirror light condensed, continuously sweeping across the surface of the clear scenic region sea. Yan Zhaoge's eyelids twitched slightly, it seems like he's looking for someone or something. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory was tacitly acknowledged as the southeastern Exalt's territory. He was in charge of all matters and people in this region. Still, the southeastern Exalt generally did not get involved in the conflicts between the various powers within his territory unless a very great disturbance was caused. While the Grand Xian dynasty had been locked in a fierce battle with the anti-Xian forces in the Royal Reed Sea previously, the southeastern Exalt had not interfered. Of course, all these years, regardless of who was in charge of the Royal Reed Sea, whether it was a single power that reigned supreme over the Royal Reed Sea or whether many powers were at loggerheads with one another, the tributes that they had to give to the Southeastern Exalt had never been lacking. Those of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage would also come out to roam about from time to time. Still, it was rare as they did not really get involved in the conflicts between local powers. For example, it had already been many years since someone of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had come to the Royal Reed Sea. It was even rarer for them to specially come looking for something like this. Yan Zhaoge blinked, the first thing that came to his mind was that box whose position he had sensed through the earth-devouring burner. If his senses were not wrong, that box with the words heaven-devouring written on it should be buried somewhere at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. The mirror light of the riding wind heavenly vessel illuminated the surrounding area from high above. Now, the sky suddenly turned dark. Then, massive waves that surged to the heavens arose on the surface of the clear scenic region down below, countless terrifying storms rampaging as numerous water dragons shot into the skies. Still, just having calmed down for an instant, the terrifying endless magnetic storms arose once more, as though the calm and tranquil state from earlier had been an illusion, fully illustrating what it meant to turn hostile faster than the flipping of a book. Looking at the roiling electricity surging amidst those numerous water dragons, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows. Seeing this, I finally understand what you meant when you said that the endless magnetic storms would come as you please without any prior warning whatsoever, Zhaoge. The clear scenic region was enveloped by the terrifying endless magnetic storms once more, the entire region of sea transforming into a purgatory of storms, tsunamis and thunder and lightning, completely resembling the scene of the end of the world. That massive flying ship that was traversing the horizon did not evade, instead forcibly withstanding those terrifying storms of thunder and water, still hovering in the air above the clear scenic region. From the perspective of Yan Zhaoge and the others, while the riding wind heavenly vessel was massive, it was instantly engulfed by the storms of thunder and water that shot into the horizon, vanishing without a trace. It was just that bright multicolored light still did not dissipate where the riding wind heavenly vessel had originally been, even vaguely penetrating through the terrifying hurricanes that flickered with the light of electricity as it stubbornly shot out. It could be seen that while the multicolored light shook unceasingly from the impact, it still barely managed to remain where it was. Feng Yunsheng was rather taken aback, forcibly withstanding the endless magnetic storms of such a scale. This riding wind heavenly vessel is actually so sturdy that even immortal bridge martial saints would probably be unable to easily destroy it. Ah Hu was even drooling, young master, this is a good thing. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, not blaming Ah Hu for looking at it like this. To the current him, this riding wind heavenly vessel was indeed a good thing. While it could not compare to the heavenly river vessel, at the current stage, it was truly a supreme weapon. It was just that it was too difficult to construct. The craftsmanship was hard, and finding the materials was even harder. Gazing at the clear scenic region before him, he could vaguely see a streak of mirror light still stubbornly descending from the source of the multicolored light in the sky, indistinctly visible at times. Yan Zhaoge frowned, there is no need to be in such a rush to find treasures, right? Could it be that you are looking for someone? A moment later, the mirror light suddenly flickered, light also flickering slightly amidst the great sea down below where storms and tides rampaged. This light seemed to be trapped by something. If not for it having been stimulated by the mirror light of the riding wind heavenly vessel, becoming exceptionally intense, those outside would not have been able to detect it at all. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge and the others had not detected it earlier. While it was inconvenient to observe amidst the rampaging storms, after carefully paying attention to that streak of light, Yan Zhaoge came to a realization, indeed, this is some sort of protective treasure. Someone is making use of this treasure to barely withstand the endless magnetic storms. Gazing into the distance, the glow of that treasure was clearly weakening unceasingly, already not being able to hold on for much longer. However, being trapped at the bottom of the sea, it was hard for it to extricate itself. The riding wind heavenly vessel in the sky finally found its target. However, while it could withstand the endless magnetic storms without being destroyed, it was blocked by the hurricane of thunder that shot into the sky, unable to descend no matter what. Chapter 683. The sturdiness of the riding wind heavenly vessel was truly admirable. Even in such a large-scale endless magnetic storms, he was still able to hold on. Although the wind was strong and the waves were strong, the ship did not overturn and remained stable in the stormy waves. However, the destructive power of the endless magnetic storms was extremely shocking. Numerous hurricanes swept up the seawater, intermingling with thunderbolts as they surged upwards, making it hard for the riding wind heavenly vessel in the air to descend. What made the people on the boat helpless was that the storm was coming again, but it wasn't like before, when it had calmed down and only lasted for a short period of time. This time, the storm lasted for an exceptionally long time. The terrifying magnetic lightning storm seemed endless. Engulfed by the storm, the protective glow in the sea grew dimmer and dimmer. It looked like it was about to dissipate. The treasured light didn't move. It seemed to be tied down by some kind of power at the bottom of the sea. As a result, it was trapped in the depths of the sea and couldn't escape. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said to Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu, "Stand firmly and carefully." After that, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, one hand forming a seal and touching the ground, the other clenched into a fist, condensing his own martial arts fist intent, and punched toward the top of the hall. Bolstered by his true essence, the myriad dragon palace instantly shook, the roars of dragons resounding. In the sky above the hall, numerous rays of light lit up and interweaved together to form numerous talisman markings. Gradually, a massive spirit formation appeared in the air above the myriad dragon palace. Enveloped by the formation, the aura of the myriad dragon palace vaguely changed slightly. Seeing this, Ah Hu grinned, "Young master, while I also feel that forming a good relationship with the southeastern exalt in the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory would only bring us more harm than good, we shouldn't just go over and help him out just like this, right? We might not be able to withstand the endless magnetic storms before us." Yan Zhaoge looked at him strangely. "What do you mean by possible?" "He definitely won't be able to withstand it. If he just goes in like that, he'll just be asking for trouble." Ah Hu almost choked on his saliva. "Then why do you look like you're going to help, young master?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, "If you want to help, there are many ways." You don't have to personally charge into the storm." Hearing his words, Ahu scratched his big head as he gazed curiously at the formation enveloping the sky above the myriad dragon palace. At this moment, within the endless magnetic storms, the divine ship that was sailing through the skies was stubbornly resisting this apocalyptic storm. On the massive vessel, the massive sails were raised, flickering with brilliant light that enveloped the entire riding wind heavenly vessel, forming a single entity as it kept the terrifying thunderstorms at bay. There were a few people standing under the sail, all of them looking very serious. A middle-aged man frowned. "Marshal Nephew 1, aren't you being too bold? Just because you have the domain talisman on you, do you think you can go anywhere in the world?" Beside him stood another person who sighed. "There is a region of sea in the Royal Reed Sea where endless magnetic storms arise all year round. Usually, I have only heard of it. Now that I have personally witnessed it, only now do I know that it is truly extraordinary. The storms here are even more intense than the endless magnetic storms elsewhere, such that even the riding wind heavenly vessel is unable to descend." This scholarly man was named Chen Jilyang, one of the Southeastern Exalt's personal disciples. The person trapped at the bottom of the clear scenic region down below was called Wen Luoxia, his personal disciple, the direct lineage grand disciple of the Southeastern Exalt who ruled over the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Standing beside Chen Jilyang and controlling the riding wind heavenly vessel, the middle-aged man who had spoken first was Chen Jilyang's senior apprentice brother Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia's senior apprentice uncle. Of the two of them, one was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint while the other was an early-seeing divinity martial saint. In terms of cultivation bases, they could be considered experts within the domain of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, they could not be considered peak experts. In the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory, there were even more people who had higher cultivation bases than them. Yet, in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the fame of the Mountain Sea Sword, Zheng Ming and the Soaring Feather Guest, Chen Jilyang was known to all. This was not just because they were personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt. Instead, it was because of their extraordinary strength that had established their illustrious fame. Not relying on the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath their feet, not relying on their background, having come to a place like the Royal Reed Sea, they would be able to do as they pleased most of the time. Having arrived in the Royal Reed Sea, those who could interact with them were figures on the level of King Xuanmu, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng, and Gong Sun Wu. It was just that facing this heavenly calamity now, these two bigwigs who dominated the southeast felt despondent as well. Chen Jilyang shook his head, sighing. In terms of where Wen Luoxia's confidence came from, the protective treasure that she possessed, the heavenly cycle talisman. She actually relied more on this master of hers as well as her senior apprentice uncle Zheng Ming as well as a powerful treasure like the riding wind heavenly vessel. Sadly, Wen Luoxia had miscalculated this time, such that she was currently in a perilous situation while Chen Jilyang and Zheng Ming could only worry helplessly. Zheng Ming of the 5th level of the martial saint realm said, "Now, junior apprentice brother Chen, you can only control the riding wind heavenly vessel and help me suppress the storm. I will disembark, personally entering the sea and bringing junior apprentice Niswan up." Chen Jilyang's brows were knit tightly. There was indeed only this method. Still, it was too risky. If the storm persisted for a long time, even Zheng Ming might be in danger. As he pondered, his expression suddenly flickered as he gazed outwards. While he was within the storm, protected by the multicolored light, he was still able to detect the movements of the myriad dragon palace in the distance. Initially, he had not taken it to heart. Still, seeing the sudden changes in the myriad dragon palace now, Chen Jilyang could not help but begin to pay attention to it. It can't be that they are trying to take advantage of us, right? Chen Jilyang felt surprised. Beside him and Zheng Ming stood another person. It was a white-haired old man. While he looked old on the outside, his spirit was hale and hearty. The old man smiled. "It is impossible that they do not know what the riding wind heavenly vessel signifies. The other party should not be so unwise. If someone really is foolish, they might as well leave it to this old man to deal with." Chen Zhiliang nodded, that would be good. This old man was called Bai Ziming. He was not a descendant of the southeastern Exalt's lineage, instead having ascended to the world beyond worlds after attaining the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Coincidentally, he had coincidentally encountered Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang's group. Thus, he had managed to latch onto this thick thigh. Noticing the changes in the Myriad Dragon Palace as well, Zheng Ming spat softly, it doesn't look like they are trying to take advantage of us. Instead, it looks like they are preparing to lend a hand. Chen Zhiliang shook his head, I appreciate your intentions. Still, they really do not know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. If they dare to approach the outskirts of the storm, they will probably be crushed to smithereens. Gazing at the Myriad Dragon Palace, Zheng Ming's gaze suddenly focused, that's not right. As Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming gazed over, they were both taken aback. The formation above the Myriad Dragon Palace circulated, streams of radiance enveloping the Myriad Dragon Palace before extending amidst space. The streams of light formed different shapes, gradually manifesting different forms with the Myriad Dragon Palace as their core. Looking carefully, the outline of the Myriad Dragon Palace that was formed by that radiance actually seemed to be gradually transforming into the form of a large ship. Chapter 684. Streams of light drew out a massive silhouette, forming a large ship that seemed transparent. Enveloped by the screen of light, the Myriad Dragon Palace was situated at the center of this great ship. The great ship hovered in the horizon, slowly advancing within the air. After carefully appraising it a few times, the old man Bai Ziming could not help but be slightly surprised. It is just an illusory silhouette, not possessing any actual power or any special profundities. At the end of the day, it is still that strange palace. The silhouette of the massive ship outside is merely for show. Beside him, the expressions of Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang suddenly turned solemn. Chen Zhiliang, who had a slightly lower cultivation base, had a more doubtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, Zheng Ming, who was currently controlling the riding wind heavenly vessel with a higher cultivation base, had a slightly shocked look on his face. Seeing this, Bai Ziming was puzzled as he instantly shut his mouth and fell silent. From the looks of it, that massive silhouette clearly contained some profound principles. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang, who were familiar with the riding wind heavenly vessel, could both tell that it was extraordinary. Under such circumstances, the old man naturally spoke no further, listening more and speaking less. It was just that looking at the Myriad Dragon Palace, doubts involuntarily arose within Bai Ziming's heart. Yan Zhaoge sat within the Myriad Dragon Palace, combining his true essence with the power of the Myriad Dragon Palace in establishing a formation which then manifested the silhouette of the massive ship. The massive ship traversed between the heavens and the earth. While it was slow, it emanated an unstoppable aura as if it wanted to traverse the myriad heavens. Because it was formed from lines of light that formed a virtually transparent image, numerous patterns of light surged as the ship traveled, displaying some of the profundities of the internal structure of the ship as well as the reasoning behind why such a shocking scene could be seen. At the center of the silhouette of the massive ship, numerous streams of light circulated and surged, forming a vortex which unceasingly extracted the spiritual chi of the surrounding heavens and earth. Numerous runes were inscribed amidst space, resembling brilliant scriptures as they traversed the horizon. Because Yan Zhaoge had only simulated it with his true essence, all of this was illusory. Still, some principles were already displayed. Ah, Hu scratched his head, young master, what is this? Yan Zhaoge answered, excavating legacies of pre-Great Calamity times, I obtained some incomplete scriptures that originated from the legendary Heavenly River vessel of the past. It is not the blueprint of the Heavenly River vessel. Instead, it is some secret technique that controls the helm, raising the prowess of this treasure. Now that I have displayed it, those people on the riding wind heavenly vessel will most likely be able to understand it. Although Zheng Ming didn't understand everything, he was shocked. Who is the other party? Chen Zhiliang gradually reacted as well, a rare look of shock appearing in his eyes. Did he obtain an ancient technique, or did he come into contact with the riding wind heavenly vessel on his own? Zheng Ming composed himself. No matter what, we have to save Marshal Nephew Wen first. Chen Zhiliang said, thank you, senior brother Zheng. Zheng Ming closed his eyes, within his mind flashing the massive silhouetted ship formed of Yan Zhaoge's true essence, the various principles and techniques he had explained. He pondered for a moment, comprehending and digesting these principles, matching them with his own riding wind heavenly vessel. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing upright. Thick quintessential essence flowed from his feet into the divine boat below him. Light swirled under Zheng Ming's feet, and a glyph formation appeared. Streams of light spread out in all directions with the glyph formation at the center. Streams of light surfaced on the entire surface of the massive riding wind heavenly vessel. Each stream of light was formed of innumerable runes, pulsing with a majestic power that was hard to estimate. These runes flowed unceasingly, also changing and recombining. The riding wind heavenly vessel shook intensely, its power seemingly instantly rising by half a step. All along, the massive vessel that had been clashing with the endless magnetic storms had just happened to be in a relatively balanced state. Whoever was slightly superior would immediately be able to bring along the overall momentum, suppressing the other party. Under such circumstances, the propulsion of the riding wind heavenly vessel suddenly increased, streaks of multicolored light suffusing the horizon, expanding unceasingly as it forcibly withstood the rampaging thunderstorms in the surroundings. Then, the massive divine vessel forcibly split apart the numerous hurricanes that shot into the skies down below like it was splitting apart the waves of the sea. That massive silhouette within the air finally began descending slowly, approaching the sea down below. A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the old man. By Ziming, immediate results, actually so miraculous? Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances, their expressions solemn as well. Chen Zhiliang asked, have you understood it all? This technique of his looks incomplete and incomplete. It should have been unearthed from before the great calamity. Zheng Ming shook his head, still, it really is extraordinary. Zheng Ming shook his head, still, it is truly extraordinary. Even I was only able to understand a portion of this incomplete technique of his, which is another discount. Even so, it still allowed the riding wind heavenly vessel to successfully advance a step further. Chen Zhiliang sucked in a breath of cold air, unbelievable. I wonder who exactly it is. He said no more. Seeing that the riding wind heavenly vessel had already descended onto the sea's surface, breaking through the seawater and heading into the depths of the sea, he immediately leapt out of the protection of the multicolored light. Gazing into the distance from outside the storm, Yan Zhaoge saw that protective treasured light at the bottom of the sea growing weaker and weaker, seemingly about to vanish. Still, someone had already disembarked from the riding wind heavenly vessel, approaching that protective treasured light in an attempt to rescue him. Behind him, the riding wind heavenly vessel forcibly parted the rampaging waves. While it shook, it remained unmoving where it was, becoming the trustworthy shield of those within the sea. A moment later, streams of jet-black light could be seen shooting out from the depths of the sea, forcibly stirring up the great sea. Intense tremors emanated from the depths of the sea, unceasingly expanding into the surroundings. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Yes, it looks like the person who entered the sea earlier was indeed trapped by some sort of restriction at the bottom of the sea. Such a major disturbance at the bottom of the sea had been caused by Chen Zhiliang breaking the restriction to rescue him. Then, Chen Zhiliang shot out of the sea's surface, reboarding the riding wind heavenly vessel. The majestic divine vessel rose into the air once more, breaking through the all-encompassing storms and thunderbolts as it sailed out of the clear scenic region. Following this, the other party did not just leave as he shockingly headed in the direction of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yan Zhaoge had already retracted his true essence, the Myriad Dragon Palace similarly retracting its aura as the silhouette of the massive vessel vanished. Looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel that was getting closer and closer, Ahu laughed in a simple and honest manner, "Young master, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Will they have designs on you, interrogating you about those secret techniques that strengthened the power of the riding wind heavenly vessel just now? Yan Zhaoge said, they can tell that the technique is incomplete. Also, their gains earlier were already sufficiently great. As compared to this technique used on the riding wind heavenly vessel, if my myriad dragon palace's foundations are exposed, it would actually attract even more greed. It is the same for the extreme yang seal as well. Now that the aura of the myriad dragon palace has been completely retracted, there is no need to worry. According to the words of the dim darkness sect and the martial practitioners active in the royal Reed Sea, the southeastern exalt's lineage is still passable. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the massive vessel that resembled a city before him, his gaze falling on that massive sail. A massive, profound pattern surfaced on it, being the symbol of the southeastern exalt. Now, a voice resounded from the riding wind heavenly vessel, I wonder who your master is? Can we have a chat on board? Chapter 685. Having just shot out of the terrifying endless magnetic storms, the surface of the massive vessel was wreathed with multicolored light, the terrifying light of magnetic electricity also leaping about unceasingly. Having rampantly hacked apart those terrifying storms and thunderbolts, this massive vessel was filled with a fearless, invincible aura that shook one's soul. While it had also suffered a massive blow amidst the storms earlier, looking at it now, there was not even a single scar on its surface. Its powerful aura was manifested for all to see. Raising his head to look at the massive riding wind heavenly vessel before him, Yan Zhaoge turned and said to Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu, wait for me here. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu both nodded. Yan Zhaoge immediately left the myriad dragon palace, flying up towards the riding wind heavenly vessel. In mid-air, radiance descended from that massive divine vessel, condensing amidst space as a staircase was formed. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu both nodded slightly. This showed that the attitude of Zheng Ming and the others on the riding wind heavenly vessel was very friendly. Yan Zhaoge landed on the staircase, standing unmoving as the radiance automatically retracted, bringing Yan Zhaoge aboard that massive vessel. Everyone on the vessel, Bai Ziming included, appraised Yan Zhaoge with their gazes, seemingly wanting to see through him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. Greetings, everyone. While there were 3 seeing divinity martial saints before him, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. His gaze appraised the riding wind heavenly vessel from top to bottom, just browsing and admiring it, not showing any sign of shock or admiration at all. As Zheng Ming, Qin Zhiliang, Bai Ziming and the others saw this, their hearts involuntarily jolted. This young man's aura is not small, his experience not shallow. Bai Ziming felt this especially intensely. When he had first seen the riding wind heavenly vessel, even he had felt rather shocked. Thus, his lofty sentiments and sharpness from ascending to the world beyond worlds had been greatly retracted. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang exchanged glances. Even for those who had grown up in the world beyond worlds, those who had truly seen the riding wind heavenly vessel were extremely few amongst the extremely few. Most people whose cultivation bases were not high enough would not be able to come into contact with the riding wind heavenly vessel under normal circumstances, only seeing images of it at most. Personally witnessing the true riding wind heavenly vessel, feeling that pressure that surged to the heavens from such a close distance, the shock it brought was far from something that images of light could compare to. The gazes of Zheng Ming and the others grew more serious as they appraised Yan Zhaoge carefully, first level of the martial saint realm, early merging avatar stage, very young, wait. They were all shocked again. Why does it feel like his real age and his appearance are not that different? He couldn't be more than 30 years old, but a martial saint who wasn't even 30 years old. Among them, Zheng Ming's cultivation was the highest, and his eyesight was also the best, so he could see the most. However, it was also precisely because of this that his eyes had directly fallen into a daze as he looked at Yan Zhaoge for just that one moment. Initially, Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming only had some suspicions. However, when they saw Zheng Ming's appearance, their hearts started pounding. Senior brother Zheng, his age. Chen Zhiliang looked at his senior brother in disbelief and transmitted his voice. Zheng Ming came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. No more than 30 years old. Chen Zhiliang gasped. Less than 30 years old? This should be the youngest martial saint since the Great Calamity, right? I also can't say for sure that he isn't the youngest. Zheng Ming similarly ground his teeth. I can only say that of those whose ages I know for certain are transcending mortality and entering sainthood, he is the youngest. Chen Zhiliang frowned. I have never heard of the existence of such a figure before. With such shocking talent, he should logically be rather famous. Even if he is not widely known under the heavens, he should also not be unknown and unknown. His heart suddenly jolted. It can't be that he has been cultivating at Kunlun Mountain all this time and is now finally roaming the world. Direct lineage of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Zheng Ming thought for a moment before denying this guess. It can't be. It is impossible for there to be no news of such a person roaming the world at all, much less master not knowing that he had entered the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Chen Zhiliang smiled bitterly. Where did such a monster pop out from then? Zheng Ming felt the same way as him. I really want to know too. While conversing via sound transmission with Chen Zhiliang, Zheng Ming gazed at Yan Zhaoge as he slowly said, I am Zheng Ming of the southeastern lineage. I wonder where this little friend's master is from. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I have learnt martial arts from my father since young. Still, speaking of what happened just now, I inadvertently unearthed a relic of pre-Great Calamity times and obtained it from analyzing some tattered scriptures. I was just displaying my slight skill before an expert. I have made a fool out of myself. Zheng Ming said, it is rather original in its own way. Chen Zhiliang swiveled his head, saying, Luoxia, come and thank this little friend Yan. It was thanks to him that you were able to escape danger. There was another person on the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel who had been seated in the meditative position earlier. Seeing Yan Zhaoge ascend the vessel, she only stood up. Hearing Chen Zhiliang's words now, she walked forward. It was a girl who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. This girl was Chen Zhiliang's personal disciple, the Southeastern Exalt's direct lineage disciple, Sun Wen Luoxia. Previously, she had been trapped at the bottom of the clear scenic region. Fortunately, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and the others had arrived in time to save her. Otherwise, once the power of the heavenly cycle talisman that she used to protect herself was completely exhausted, she would have died under the ravages of the endless magnetic storms. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, while her true age was older than what she appeared to be, it wouldn't be by much. His cultivation base was shockingly already at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Compared to his age, it was sufficient to make most martial practitioners blush with shame. In the few worlds outside of the world beyond worlds that Yan Zhaoge had been to, other than a few people, this woman's cultivation speed was so fast that it was virtually able to suppress the myriad lifeforms of the 8 extremities world and the vast ocean world. When Luoxia had also been staring at Yan Zhaoge, a perplexed look appearing on her face. She first thanked Yan Zhaoge. It was all thanks to your help just now that I was able to escape from danger. Here, I thank you. Yan Zhaoge smiled, you are too polite. Traveling outside, there will always be unexpected dangers, this is the same for everyone. When Luoxia nodded before glancing at her master through the corner of her eye, seemingly inquiring about something. Not waiting for her to speak, Chen Zhiliang sent over via sound transmission, their true age is virtually the same as their outer appearance, not being more than a few years apart. They cannot surpass 30 at most. When Luoxia's eyes could not help but reveal shock as she looked at Yan Zhaoge once more, her gaze involuntarily turning even more solemn. The southeastern lineage was lacking in numbers. Correspondingly, their descendants were all supremely talented, possessing outstanding talent. When Luoxia had seen far too many monstrous geniuses in her life. She herself was a genius amongst geniuses, such that she had already grown numb to seeing geniuses on a daily basis. Yet, Looking at this youth who was younger than her by more than 10 years yet had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Wen Luoxia felt a rare feeling of shock. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he smiled. The great name of the southeastern exalt is like thunder in my ears. It is just that I had not thought that I would be able to see him today. Chapter 686. The population of the world beyond worlds was much greater than that of worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. With such a massive population, the appearance of geniuses, monstrous geniuses, geniuses amongst geniuses, would naturally be correspondingly greater. It was not impossible that there would be shocking figures who had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world that were hard to imagine. Therefore, to Qin Zhiliang and Wen Luoxia, who were used to seeing geniuses, even if an incomparable genius truly appeared before them, they would not take it too seriously. The reason was very simple. Today's geniuses might not necessarily vanish into the masses tomorrow. Only by transforming their talent into true power as expected would geniuses be able to display their worth. The problem, however, was that the person who had appeared before them was already a martial saint. A martial saint who was not even 30 years of age. Even though Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang were both seeing divinity martial saints, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary merging avatar martial saints. Still, they were unable to treat a youth who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, possessing incomparably shocking talent and talent. This meant that other than his outstanding talent, this youth before them might also have had some great fortune and fortuitous encounters. From a certain perspective, this was even more important than pure talent and talent. After all, talent could be squandered away. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang were even more curious about Yan Zhaoge now. Still, they quickly stabilized their emotions, their expressions, and gazes regaining their calm. Even though tempestuous waves surged within their hearts, they no longer showed it. After exchanging greetings, Yan Zhaoge glanced rather surprisedly at Bai Ziming. From what Yan Zhaoge currently knew, there were quite a few people in the world beyond worlds who had attained the seeing divinity stage and ascended from the lower worlds. There were even some who had stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds, establishing their own lineages once more as they made a name for themselves. Aside from Bai Ziming, Yan Zhaoge was also paying attention to Wen Luoxia. Yan Zhaoge had always been thinking about why she had entered the depths of the clear scenic region. While Wen Luoxia had been trapped earlier, it was still unknown whether she had already gained anything. Still, while he had helped her out, it was still not appropriate for him to ask these questions. After all, they had only just met. Zheng Ming and the others were similarly rather curious about Yan Zhaoge's situation. Still, it was not appropriate for them to ask too much. Regarding Yan Zhaoge, Zheng Ming and the others still held him in high regard. They did not act arrogantly or disrespectfully due to their status. They also invited Yan Zhaoge's companions to board the vessel. Seeing that there was no problem, Yan Zhaoge did not reject them as he just retracted the aura of the myriad dragon palace before keeping it carefully. After Feng Yunsheng boarded the ship, Zheng Ming's expression changed slightly as he looked at her with some doubt. There seemed to be something strange about this woman that he couldn't see through at first glance. Could it be that your fellow disciples are also learning martial arts from your esteemed father? Zheng Ming asked with a smile. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng and smiled. This is my wife. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang broke into laughter. So that's how it is. We were being rude. It's just that she's dressed like a girl, so, Yan Zhaoge smiled, we haven't married yet, but the marriage has already been set. Feng Yunsheng smiled and bowed to everyone. Greetings, seniors. Zheng Ming and the others all smiled and nodded, as Yan Zhaoge said, she is indeed my junior apprentice sister, but we are not of the same lineage. She is my senior apprentice uncle's disciple. His words were filled with both truth and falsehood, causing them to be unable to see through him for a time. Faced with such a shocking figure who had suddenly appeared in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory in the Royal Reed Sea, Zheng Ming and the others could not help but feel doubtful. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhiliang decided to delve a little deeper into the topic. Little friend Yan doesn't seem to be a native of the Royal Reed Sea, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled, answering candidly, I've just arrived here for around a year or so. Here, there was nothing else to be said. He did not deceive them with false words, yet did not reveal anything else either. Chen Zhiliang felt rather exasperated whilst also amused. If anyone else had tried to play tricks on him like this, they would have long since been slapped to the ground by him. Even though the other party had just helped them by rescuing Wen Luoxia from danger, the difference in their status and strength was just there for all to see. If one harbored the thought of wanting to obtain whatever he wanted from the other party, that would be the wrong idea. Those in high positions were used to giving orders and grasping the situation. They could be amiable and approachable, but if those of lower positions really tried to interact with them as equals, the result would most likely not be good. Those who were used to giving orders would only truly interact with those of similar status and strength. However, Yan Zhaoge had already proven himself. Even if he did not have any backing, just by himself alone, the attitude of Zheng Ming and the others would also be far more lenient than that of ordinary people. If such a shocking figure did not have a major background, he would instead be welcomed by Zheng Ming and the others, because he himself possessed the value and possibility of being roped in. Of course, there was a limit to how much they could tolerate. Yan Zhaoge grasped this. Therefore, he would not deceive the other party with false information. Afterwards, the other party would verify through other channels that everything he had said in their conversation today was true and trustworthy. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Chen Zhiliang did not really believe it as he was even more direct in his questioning. Yan Zhaoge, however, changed the topic, bringing it to the side. Chen Zhiliang clicked his tongue in wonder, yet could not pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, they would really be falling out. Watching from the side, Zheng Ming also felt this to be interesting. He changed the topic, we seldom come to this Royal Reed Sea. We only know that it has not been peaceful in recent times. The Grand Xian dynasty has always been at war with the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other sections. The two sides are locked in a stalemate, with the Grand Xian dynasty holding the upper hand as they even breached the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect a while ago. It is just that I do not know the exact situation now. Yan Zhaoge smiled, the general situation is more or less what you understand. The Grand Xian dynasty was originally at a disadvantage. Still, a descendant of Shen Lingzi's lineage who fought alongside King Xianwen in the Royal Reed Sea in the past came out to assist them in battle, thus turning defeat into victory. Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and the others nodded slightly, not looking surprised as they had clearly known about this beforehand. Yan Zhaoge continued, rather, not long ago, there seemed to be another expert assisting the Grand Xian dynasty. I do not know much about him, only knowing that he is proficient in formations. I heard from the locals that amongst those who entered the Royal Reed Sea together with King Xianwen and Shen Lingzi that year, there was also a Daoist Shi who was a formation expert. I wonder if that formation expert I saw was his descendant. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged looks. As personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, they knew many things that were unknown to others. When King Xianwen, Shen Lingzi and Daoist Shi had entered the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory that year and settled down in the Royal Reed Sea, they had obtained the tacit approval of the Southeastern Exalt. There seemed to be the shadow of some other major figure behind them. However, it was still unclear what exactly they wanted. While they had given a reason back then, had that been their true goal? Chapter 687. The Southeastern Exalt's lineage had always had many guesses regarding the Grand Xian dynasty's strange occupation of the Royal Reed Sea. It was just that with the Southeastern Exalt's tacit approval, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and the others had not asked too much about it. While Yan Zhaoge had not explicitly said it now, the hearts of the two jolted slightly as their thoughts were drawn towards him once more. Chen Zhiliang said mildly, Daoist Shi's attainments in formations are very high. His descendant must be extraordinary as well. Paying attention to Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang's expressions and hearing Qin Zhiliang's words, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to a conclusion. It seemed that King Xianwen, Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi had not come to the royal Reed Sea on the southeastern Exalt's orders that year. Not only were they outsiders to the royal Reed Sea, they were likely outsiders to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory as well. As for why the southeastern Exalt had tacitly allowed them to establish the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the royal Reed Sea in an attempt to find clues to the earthly queen, there were two possibilities. Firstly, behind them stood a figure whom even the southeastern Exalt was extremely wary of, as he could only turn a blind eye to their actions. Secondly, they had a backer. While it was not to the extent where the southeastern Exalt had to bow down to them, the southeastern Exalt would not be willing to offend them for no reason. Also, the southeastern Exalt did not know what exactly they wanted to do, not knowing of the existence of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation here in the royal Reed Sea. The possibility of the former was not high. In the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign was kept in check by the other two sovereigns, as no one was able to reign supreme. The fact that the Grand Xian dynasty, Qi Wei, and Madame Kang were still acting in secret meant that they did not wish for the southeastern Exalt and others to learn of the details. If the latter was the case, there would be many areas where they could make a fuss about it. Yan Zhaoge smiled. He is indeed extraordinary. If not for this Yan liking analyzing formations and studying them from time to time, I would probably not have been able to escape his prime Earth reversal formation. He is a mid-seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day. Zheng Ming's gaze flickered. You clashed with him before? Qin Zhiliang, Bai Ziming and Wen Luoxia were all slightly taken aback as well, a formation set up by a fifth-level martial saint, yet this youth was actually able to escape? Then I'm afraid his attainments in the art of formations are not as simple as they seem to be. Yan Zhaoge said, not long ago, I must say that I made a fool of myself. I obtained some things from a descendant of Shenlingzi's lineage. In the end, his seniors and Daoist Shi's descendant ambushed me together. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang did not speak, knowing that Yan Zhaoge definitely had more to say. Yan Zhaoge did not beat around the bush as he said straightforwardly, there are quite a few things, such as the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, prime chaos soil, earth-ocean lung crystals and so on. Qin Zhiliang frowned and looked at Zheng Ming doubtfully. Senior brother Zheng, these things? As personal disciples of the southeastern Exalt, they knew far more than others in terms of knowledge and experience. This was especially so for the bearing heaven ceremonial incense. It was very unique and had only one use. Qin Zhiliang thought of something, but he wasn't sure, so he looked at Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming did not speak, but his expression became solemn. After a while, he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded. From what I know, these are materials for establishing the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. Zheng Ming said slowly, little friend Yan is knowledgeable. This Zheng admires you. Yan Zhaoge said, you overpraise me. Zheng Ming glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge. He felt that Yan Zhaoge had acted to save Wen Luoxia precisely for this. Facing Zheng Ming's appraising gaze, Yan Zhaoge seemed to know what the other party was thinking. His expression was calm, neither flustered nor impatient. Seeing this, Zheng Ming retracted his gaze, not feeling dissatisfied. While Yan Zhaoge had his own motives in doing this, it had been an open scheme. The decision still lay with Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang at the end of the day. As for the heaven-bearing Effecate formation and the meaning behind it, those of the southeastern Exalt's lineage had no choice but to pay attention to it. After learning of this, whether or not it would be beneficial to Yan Zhaoge, Zheng Ming and the others would definitely ask about it. On the contrary, they had to thank Yan Zhaoge for leaking the news. Otherwise, if major changes occurred afterwards, no one would be able to predict what problems might arise. Between people, first impressions and impressions were very important. Same people, same things, but different impressions could lead to completely different opinions. It was often said that the more you looked at someone, the more you looked at them, or the more you looked at them, the more you looked at them. Looking at Yan Zhaoge now, Chen Zhiliang instead praised him even more. What an interesting youngster. It is not just his outstanding talent in the martial Dao. Standing by the side, Bai Ziming remained silent as he just watched quietly from the sidelines, feeling rather emotional within his heart as well. Zheng Ming first steered the riding wind heavenly vessel, gradually leaving the vicinity of the clear scenic region. Looking at the endless magnetic storms that were gradually getting further and further away from them, everyone felt relieved. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu looked curiously at Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and the others. Ah Hu secretly asked via sound transmission, "Young master, is it all right to just tell them like this? The Grand Xian dynasty can deny it. It is often said that to catch an adulterous couple, to catch a thief you must catch the goods. It is not like we know the exact location of the heaven-bearing effecate formation." Feng Yunsheng was doubtful as well. Could it be in the Grand Xian dynasty's capital? That might not be the case. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. It is indeed not certain. Still, there is no need to worry. Even if we don't know, someone will. Glancing at Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang, Ah Hu could not help but grimace. It can't be that if the southeastern exalt's lineage directly went to ask, the people of the Grand Xian dynasty would bring them there to see, right? Of course not, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Just watch quietly, it's about to begin. After Zheng Ming pondered for a moment, he glanced at Chen Zhiliang and sent him some instructions via voice transmission. Chen Zhiliang nodded and suddenly disappeared. In next to no time, Chen Zhiliang appeared once more and gave Zheng Ming a shadow-shrinking pouch. Zheng Ming glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Bai Ziming, not avoiding them as he directly retrieved some things from his shadow-shrinking pouch. On the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming instantly set up a grand formation. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Indeed, in terms of attainments in formations, Zheng Ming was also not bad. Numerous streams of light converged to form numerous runes before coming together to form a grand formation which slowly rose up, hovering above the riding wind heavenly vessel. In the next moment, light flowed above the formation, and layers of light shadows appeared. Within the images of light, scenes of a vast land appeared before a long, flowing river could be seen. The illusory long river extended into the distance, seemingly rushing towards the Great Sea. Zheng Ming maintained this formation while Chen Zhiliang took control of the riding wind heavenly vessel. The massive vessel seemed to have entered the long, illusory river before flowing along with it. As Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge said, "Those who understand the heaven-bearing effecate formation will have a way to find the location of the grand formation. After all, this formation is established based on the flow of the earth veins, also being a pure sacrificial formation. It is just that my current cultivation base is insufficient." He glanced at Zheng Ming. The 5th level of the martial saint realm is sufficient. Chapter 688. Looking at the vast land formed by the formation above the riding wind heavenly vessel and the long river that surged into the distance, Feng Yunsheng asked softly via sound transmission, "Since that is so, isn't it already proven that the heaven-bearing effecate formation indeed exists in the royal Reed Sea, just that we do not know who it was that established it?" Yan Zhaoge answered without batting an eyelid, "It cannot be confirmed yet. This senior Zheng Ming is currently executing this formation in search of the grand formation that has triggered the flow of the earth veins. From what we currently know, none of the powers of the royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty included, has a guardian grand formation that can trigger the flow of the earth veins." Yan Zhaoge raised his head and glanced at the formation above the massive vessel. Therefore, if there is a large-scale formation that can do this, it would be where the target is. There would be no need to worry about being confused and finding the wrong place. However, the heaven-bearing effecate formation is not the only grand formation that can trigger the flow of the earth veins. Therefore, we can only confirm it after we have truly found the place. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu both nodded upon hearing his words. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "The Grand Xian dynasty won't just sit there and wait for death, right?" Yan Zhaoge said, "Of course not. Still, it would definitely not be easy to deal with the pressure from the southeastern exalt. This way, it would be very hard for them to take care of the situation in the royal Reed Sea. Having lost the suppression of the Grand Xian dynasty, it would be even easier for the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion to intensify. Who scratched his head, young master, your target is still the Radiant Light sect at the end of the day. This is only natural. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. I have never forgotten that the extreme Yin crown is still in their hands. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing said gently, the extreme Yin bout has long since become history. The ownership of the extreme Yin crown now depends on a higher level of competition. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I will have you personally take it back. Feng Yunxing exchanged glances with him, smiling, it is fine. Who said, in terms of enmity, the Grand Xian dynasty's hatred towards you is probably not inferior to the Radiant Light sect's. Yan Zhaoge looked at the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath his feet, therefore, we naturally have to find something for them to do. Hu asked, young master, do you think that the Grand Xian dynasty will go all the way, just? Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He was worried that those of the Grand Xian dynasty would directly come to silence them. In order to prevent news of this from spreading out of the royal Reed Sea and truly reaching the southeastern exalt's ears, he had left Zheng Ming and the others behind as well. While Zheng Ming's group possessed outstanding strength as well as a powerful weapon like the riding wind heavenly vessel, the Grand Xian dynasty similarly had immortal bridge martial saints as well as high-grade sacred artifacts. If he cast aside all his worries, he was actually confident that he could succeed. Yan Zhaoge was not nervous. That won't be the case. A considerable portion of their attention is currently still tied up by the anti-Xian forces of the Royal Reed Sea, unable to spare so many experts. The Grand Xian dynasty is comparatively stronger, possessing the initiative on the battlefield. Still, it is not as though they can come and go as they please. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would already have been destroyed by now. If news of this were to leak out, they would have completely offended the southeastern exalt. Comparatively speaking, it is more likely that they would first dispel the heaven-bearing effecate formation, deceiving Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and the others before slowly making their next move. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, having used up the earth-ocean lung crystals. I wonder how long their heaven-bearing effecate formation will be able to sustain without such a material. Could they have just stopped it altogether? Hu pulled back the corners of his lips, young master, it would have been great if you had kept a few more things back then. Yan Zhaoge smiled, only the earth-ocean lung crystals are useful to me. The others merely occupy empty space. He stroked his lower chin, now, I really have no intentions of doing so. Hopefully, with only the earth-ocean lung crystals missing, they will still be able to continue maintaining the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Still, there is not much hope of that. After all, it is not easy to find a substitute for the earth-ocean lung crystals. Feng Yunxing asked, if the Grand Xian dynasty has already stopped the heaven-bearing effecate formation and we have gained nothing this time, what should we do then? Gazing in the direction of the long river of light in the distance, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, it is still hard to say now. We will have to go there and see how things turn out. As Yan Zhaoge's group discussed this, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and Wen Luoxia were actually conversing in private as well. Heaven-bearing effecate formation, what exactly are King Xianwen, Daoist Shi, and the others trying to do? Chen Zhiliang's gaze was rather heavy, or rather, what is that person trying to do? Wen Luoxia asked, Master, that person, refers to. Chen Zhiliang glanced at Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming extended his hand, spreading his fingers and making a 5 gesture before retracting 4 fingers, only raising a single index finger. Wen Luoxia immediately understood as she involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Zhiliang said, you do not need to know exactly who it is. You just need to know that the situation is far from ordinary. Do not get involved in it. Wen Luoxia hurriedly said, thank you for your teachings, master and senior apprentice uncle. This disciple will remember it well. Chen Zhiliang swiveled his head and asked Jingming, does that person want to search for the whereabouts of the Earth Queen's earthly deity? While there are no signs that prove that the Earth Queen has perished, there are also no signs that she is still alive in this world. Zhengming's face was sunken. The crux is, why does that person want to secretly search for clues? Who is he trying to hide it from? Chen Zhiliang's gaze retracted. Senior apprentice brother Zheng, why do I feel that we should not get involved in this matter? A great calamity may be brewing here. The more we know, the faster we will die. As personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, there were rather limited existences that they could fear. However, it was precisely because they stood at a high vantage point that they were knowledgeable and knew things that ordinary people did not, that they understood even better the dangers that were concealed beneath the surface of some seemingly ordinary things. The wider one's horizons were, the more one would be able to sense their own insignificance. The Earth Queen's earthly deity was one of the four imperials of Taoism, one of the major figures who had stood at the peak of the heavens and the earth in pre-Great Calamity times. She was truly a figure of legend, possessing remarkable abilities and incomparably exalted. Being related to this person was already no small matter. Meanwhile, the situation before them was even more strange. Zheng Ming said softly, most of the time, the more you know, the faster you die. But sometimes, if you know too little, you won't even know how you die. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory is under Master's jurisdiction at the end of the day. If something were to happen, Master would not know, and would be very passive. Even if we don't interfere, we should at least understand the situation and let Master decide. Chen Zhiliang nodded in agreement as Zheng Ming continued, before departing just now, I already sent someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to report back. That's for the best. Chen Zhiliang nodded, then turned to look at Wen Luoxia. Where is Yi Xan now? Aren't you traveling together? Wen Luoxia answered, after entering the Royal Reed Sea, we separated. This disciple also does not know where senior apprentice sister Yi is currently. Chen Zhiliang let out a sigh, another worry weighing on his mind. Everyone had their own thoughts. The riding wind heavenly vessel flew on, traversing countless rivers and mountains. Land gradually appeared in front of him. The illusory river disappeared, but there were still clues to guide him. Gazing at the mainland, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was about to arrive at his destination. Chapter 689. The riding wind heavenly vessel traversed the horizon, instantly traversing countless rivers and mountains. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the formation above the massive vessel. As the formation operated, it gradually changed and seemed to be losing its direction. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows lightly. This meant that the heaven-bearing effecate formation that the Grand Xian dynasty had set up was likely to cease circulating, no longer being maintained. However, the effect of the formation on the earth veins was long-lasting. Therefore, while the formation was no longer circulating, the riding wind heavenly vessel was still able to follow the changes in the earth veins to search for the previous location of the bearing heaven effecate formation. However, if he rushed over now, it was hard to say if he could block the other party on the spot. If the people of the Grand Xian dynasty had not discovered that Zheng Ming and the others had entered the Royal Reed Sea, they might not have cared about it. If they had already known about it, they might have already cleaned up their traces now. A majestic mountain range appeared on the horizon in the distance. The riding wind heavenly vessel very quickly arrived in the air above the mountain range. A round mirror-like radiance once again lit up on the massive vessel, the mirror-like light shining down on the mountain range unceasingly. Soon, the mirror flashed and stopped in a valley. The inside of the valley was illuminated by the mirror light. Instantly, rays of earthy yellow, heavy and condensed light shone and lit up. However, this light was very weak, and it immediately dimmed and disappeared, almost as if it had just flashed. Zheng Mingtong and Chen Zhiliang's expressions changed slightly. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu swiveled their heads to look at Yan Zhaoge, who pondered for a moment before saying, "It looks like the other party sensed something earlier." Not only did they stop the circulation of the formation, they even destroyed it, erasing all traces of it. The expressions of the two were extremely stern as the riding wind heavenly vessel descended, hovering in the air above the valley. In the canyons between the mountains, one could see billowing smoke and dust, but apart from a few human figures, there was nothing else, let alone any trace of a formation. Within the crowd within the valley, a middle-aged man stood calmly, raising his head to look at the riding wind heavenly vessel up above. Although he was looking up, his aura did not give off the feeling that he was inferior. In fact, he wasn't even looking at them from the same level. Instead, it felt as though he was vaguely looking down on the riding wind heavenly vessel and the people on it. While there were still others within the valley, this middle-aged man did not need to move at all. Just by simply standing there, he had already drawn everyone's gazes, making it hard for Yan Zhaoge and the others to notice anyone else. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. From the looks of it, he should be an immortal bridge martial saint expert. He should be at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage. However, his strength surpasses that of Pavilion Lord Gu Hong and the others of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. After having come to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge had seen more than a single immortal bridge martial practitioner. Among the Xinling 9 swords, there were 2 people, one old and one young, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong. However, even though they were at the same cultivation level, the pressure they gave off was far inferior to that of the middle-aged man in the valley. Facing this person, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt like he was facing an endless magnetic storm. That middle-aged man gazed over, just happening to meet Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Even Zheng Ming, Qin Zhiliang, and the others felt that although this middle-aged man was eye-catching, they couldn't see through him. However, as Yan Zhaoge met his gaze, he was able to see many things within. That unperturbed gaze was like a river of time, stretching from ancient times to the present. It contained the timelessness of time, but also the fleeting passage of time. It seemed to have the liveliness of a child, but also the vicissitudes of an old man. Yan Zhaoge understood that this was a sign that he had already attained a certain level of attainment in cultivating in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. It seemed that in the eyes of the Grand Xian dynasty, the most important thing had indeed been the heaven-bearing effecate formation earlier. The person before them could virtually be considered the current #1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea. Yet, he had always remained silent as he guarded this valley, guarding the heaven-bearing effecate formation, never leaving the mountain. Shen Lingzi's lineage was indeed worthy of cultivating in the martial arts of the Jade Clear direct lineage, producing numerous experts as they were even more powerful than the royal family of the Grand Xian dynasty. A deep, heavy voice resounded within the valley, originating precisely from that middle-aged man. "This one is Kang Ping, my Grand Master Shen Lingzi. Are you disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage?" His voice was not loud, no power emanating from it at all. However, the multicolored light surrounding the riding wind heavenly vessel suddenly shook like ripples on water. Zheng Ming's expression did not change, Zheng Ming of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. "Greetings, Mr. Kang." The middle-aged man Kang Ping said, "Thanks to the Southeastern Exalt's magnanimity in allowing us to remain in the Royal Reed Sea in the past, I wonder if you have come here today." Only now did Zheng Ming's gaze shift away from Kang Ping, scanning the valley. Kang Ping. Yan Zhaoge exchanged looks with Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu. Qin Zhiliang said, "I dare not command you. It is just that I have a question that I hope Mr. Kang can dispel for us." Kang Ping said mildly, "Please speak." Gazing at him, Qin Zhiliang asked slowly, "Your Grand Master, King Xianwen, Daoist Shi and the other seniors came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that year to report to my master that they wanted to borrow the geographical location of the Royal Reed Sea to concoct the 8 trigrams treasured Yang pill. May I ask Mr. Kang if you need to establish the heaven-bearing effecate formation in order to concoct the 8 trigrams treasured Yang pill?" Kang Ping's face was calm as a lake as he answered in an indifferent tone, there is naturally no need. There is naturally no heaven-bearing effecate formation here. Chen Zhiliang's gaze hardened. Kang Ping's gaze fell on the riding wind heavenly vessel that was still glowing brightly above the massive vessel. You found us through that earth-returning fleeing formation? It is no wonder. We once established a source-flowing earth-birthing formation here just now, drawing in the qi of the earth, thus disrupting the flow of the earth veins. Chen Zhiliang glanced deeply at Kang Ping. The earth-returning fleeing formation could only find places where the earth veins were disturbed. Also, it was not just the heaven-bearing effecate formation that could disrupt the earth veins. The source-flowing earth-birthing formation could do the same. His hands behind his back, Kang Ping said neither swiftly nor slowly, following the will of our ancestors, we have wholeheartedly concocted pills. We naturally established a formation that is effective in concocting pills. There is no need for the heaven-bearing effecate formation. The southeastern exalt is perceptive and would not be deceived by some baseless rumors. Chen Zhiliang looked at Zheng Ming, only to see him suddenly taken aback. Yi Xan, why are you here? Chen Zhiliang was even more shocked upon hearing his words. His attention shifted away from Kang Ping as he gazed over in the direction of Zheng Ming's gaze. Indeed, he saw a tall woman within the valley. When Luoxia asked curiously, Senior apprentice sister Yi? That woman was her senior apprentice sister and also Chen Zhiliang's personal disciple Yi Xian. They had arrived in the Royal Reed Sea together previously, just having been temporarily separated afterwards. Yi Xian flew up, ascending the riding wind heavenly vessel as she greeted Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang, Master, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Chen Zhiliang appraised her, why are you here? Yi Xian answered, I was just about to report this to Master. Someone came over from the southern blazing heaven territory, secretly entering our southeastern Yang heaven territory and entering the Royal Reed Sea. This disciple encountered them and was nearly killed. It was thanks to those of the Grand Xian dynasty that I was saved. Chen Zhiliang frowned, knowing your identity, they still wanted to act against you? Yi Xian nodded, a look of fury as well as lingering fear appearing on her face. Precisely. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances, their gazes turning even more solemn. Kang Ping's gaze now turned towards Yan Zhaoge. We were granted permission by the southeastern exalt to reside in the southeastern Yang heaven territory. Encountering such a thing, it is only right for us to lend a hand. Still, this Kang also has some debts to settle with this little brother. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing Madame Kang, Qi Wei, Kang Jinyuan and Kang Maosheng all appearing within the valley. Chapter 690. Seeing Madame Kang, Kang Jinyuan and his mother and then Kang Ping, Yan Zhaoge could not help but pull back the corners of his lips, it really is a family. Seeing Madame Kang, Qi Wei and the others for the first time, Yan Zhaoge was rather surprised. While he had been sent to the clear scenic region, which was rather far from here, he had still arrived on the riding wind heavenly vessel after all. For Madame Kang and the others to be able to return here so quickly was rather unexpected. This meant that after the battles of the Suffering River region and the Heavenly Inheritance region had concluded, these people had also been rushing here non-stop. However, looking at Yi Xian again, Yan Zhaoge came to a realization. The sudden appearance of the southeastern exalt's lineage in the Royal Reed Sea naturally drew their attention. Kang Jinyuan's gaze was filled with rage and hatred as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Qi Wei was expressionless, his expression also extremely gloomy. However, what Yan Zhaoge was concerned about at the end of the day was still that seemingly tranquil Kang Ping. Being stared at by him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt his mind seemingly wavering slightly as various phenomena surfaced before his eyes. It was as if he was watching the flow of time and the vicissitudes of the world. It was as if he'd sunk into the river of time, and his spirit was unable to extricate itself. He was gradually assimilated by the flowing river of time and became numb. Indeed, this person's cultivation of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture has reached some degree of attainment. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted as he silently circulated the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture. His spirit was clear, and his entire person seemed to have returned to nothingness, unable to be defined by time. There was no prior, no later, no beginning, and no end. It disappeared into the river of time. Within Kong Ping's indifferent eyes, a shocking light suddenly erupted as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. However, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm and without fluctuations, even more indifferent than his own. Zheng Ming gave a muffled groan, the multicolored light surrounding the riding wind heavenly vessel instantly blazing even more intensely, virtually condensing into solid form. Countless streams of light surged on the surface of the boat and transformed into countless talisman markings that floated in the air, forming a barrier of light that isolated Kong Ping's gaze. Zheng Ming asked coldly, "Mr. Kong, are you going to kill someone on the riding wind heavenly vessel?" Chen Zhiliang's expression was equally ugly. Yi Xian was baffled, when Luoxia and Bai Ziming looked at each other in shock. Not only was Kong Ping's cultivation realm sufficiently high, but his methods were also beyond one's expectations, bizarre and unfathomable. He had actually passed through the defensive restrictions of the riding wind heavenly vessel with just a wave of his hand, nearly killing someone. While the protective treasured light of the riding wind heavenly vessel had indeed not been unleashed to its limits earlier, it was still extremely powerful. Even many early immortal bridge martial saints would be hard-pressed to achieve this. Even if they wanted to, how many of them would be able to do it so casually? Kong Ping gazed at the riding wind heavenly vessel that was completely enveloped by multicolored light, resembling a massive ball of light. His gaze once more turned calm, as nothing seemed out of the ordinary at all. He answered indifferently, "Let the two of you know that this Yen brat killed my senior apprentice brother and nearly took the life of my youngest son. It is only natural that I want him to pay with his life." Zheng Ming said coldly, "This Zheng will not interfere if you have a personal enmity to settle. Still, this little friend Yen is currently on board the vessel and is a guest of my southeastern lineage. Mr. Kong crossing the riding wind heavenly vessel to make a move is crossing the line." Madame Kong said softly from the side, "My husband was a little rash just now. Please forgive him. It is just that my husband's righteous indignation does not merely stem from personal enmity. Although there aren't many arrays that can disturb the earth veins, there aren't just one or two. Why did you think it was the heaven efficate array? It must be the result of this Yan Zhaoge sowing discord between us." Madame Kong said calmly, "We are not making wild guesses. Instead, it is because we have seen this kid in possession of the earth-ocean lung crystals, the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the prime chaos soil and other treasures. These are all materials used to establish the heaven-bearing efficate array. We are also very curious as to what he intends to do with them. His movements and intentions having been exposed, he killed our fellow disciples. Now, he is even making a false countercharge in order to conceal his intentions. Please investigate this carefully." On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head with a calm expression on his face. Glancing at Yi Xian, Chen Zhiliang wanted to ask her something. Still, he shook his head and said nothing. With the difference in their cultivation bases, even if Kong Ping did something, Yi Xian would still be hard-pressed to detect it. Even if this had been the heaven-bearing efficate array earlier, he had plenty of ways to make Yi Xian think that it had been the source-flowing earth-birthing formation. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang both felt a bit of a headache. The valley was already completely empty. The formation from earlier no longer existed as everyone had no basis for their claims. The current situation was one where Yan Zhaoge and the Grand Xian dynasty were bickering with one another. The Grand Xian dynasty had rescued Yi Xian. Without concrete evidence, while Zheng Ming and the others were filled with suspicions, they could not pursue the matter too much. Between Yan Zhaoge and Kong Ping's lot, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang could not side with either side now. The matter that Yi Xian had just reported was also a great headache for their master and senior apprentice uncle. The situation seemed to be even more chaotic, even more confusing. Someone from the southern Blazing Heaven territory had stealthily arrived, plotting something. Clearly knowing that Yi Xian was of the direct lineage of the southeastern Exalt's lineage, they had still intended to kill her. From a certain perspective, this was even more pressing than the matter of the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, Zhengming hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, "Where does little friend Yan intend to go next? Let's travel together on the way." Looking at such an outstanding youth, Zhengming still cherished his talent as he wanted to protect him. If he just stood aside and allowed Kang Ping and the others to take revenge on Yan Zhaoge, Zhengming felt that however great this youth's abilities were, he would still perish here. After all, while Yan Zhaoge had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, the gap between their cultivation bases was still too great. Feeling Zhengming's goodwill, Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding in thanks. However, he had no intention of leaving just like this. "Please lend me a hand. How can the truth be concealed so easily?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, punching out towards the formation above the riding wind heavenly vessel from afar. Zhengming's gaze flickered as he immediately felt a change appear in the earth-returning fleeing formation that he had established overhead. The profundities of the changes within caused Zhengming to feel like his horizons had been broadened greatly. This earth-returning fleeing formation had been set up by him, and he himself possessed considerable attainments in the Tao of formations. After careful consideration, he gradually understood what Yan Zhaoge wanted to do. After a moment's hesitation, Zhengming tacitly agreed to Yan Zhaoge's actions, even helping him from the side. Streams of light shot into the skies from the earth-returning fleeing formation, leaving the riding wind heavenly vessel and scattering down towards the valley down below, forming a dense mist of light. Seeing this, Qi Wei's expression first changed. "Stop him." As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew that it would not do. That would be equivalent to him confessing without being pressed. The mist of light enveloped the valley, an illusory image gradually appearing within. Amidst the light and shadow, a huge and mysterious array was operating, and in the center of the array, a majestic altar stood tall. Seeing this, Chen Zhiliang muttered to himself, "This is not the appearance of the source-flowing earth-birthing formation. That altar is definitely used to worship the Earth Queen's deity Ah." The mist of light restored the formation that had previously been established within the valley. While it was illusory, it resembled traces of light. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles. "How can I allow you to distort the truth?" Chapter 691. Within the valley, light mist surged, forming an illusory scene which manifested a massive, profound formation. As the formation circulated, streams of earthen yellow light shot out from the central altar before descending into the surrounding great earth. Seeing this, Zhengming let out a muffled groan. It really is the heaven-bearing effecate formation. On the vessel, Yi Xian had originally been prepared to speak up for Kang Ping and the others, but she was rather at a loss now. It wasn't like this just now. Chen Zhiliang snorted as well, with senior apprentice brother Zheng watching. This change was actually caused by senior apprentice brother Zheng as well. It cannot be faked. The valley instantly fell silent, the atmosphere rather strange. Within the valley, Kang Ping and the others all gazed at the massive divine vessel hovering in midair. Meanwhile, the riding wind heavenly vessel up above had reached an unprecedented peak of multicolored light, radiance circulating as it was prepared to act or flee at any time. While Kang Ping's expression remained unchanged, his gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Madame Kang's expression was solemn and her bearing strict, but her usual composure was already nowhere to be seen. The coldness on Qi Wei's withered face grew heavier as his hands unconsciously moved, seemingly wanting to take something out. He was a formation expert, possessing various treasures that could be used to establish powerful formations at any time. Kang Jinyuan's expression was savage as he clenched his teeth, his body tensed as he virtually seemed about to make a move. Beside him, Kong Maosheng was like Kong Ping, still able to maintain his calm. However, he was also extremely solemn, even more solemn than when he had faced the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the whole tower region back then. The air in the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to have frozen. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Bai Ziming did not make a sound. If there were any abnormalities now, things might get out of hand. Bai Ziming glanced at Yan Zhaoge before looking at Zheng Ming, who was currently in charge on the riding wind heavenly vessel. Exposing them right to their faces is really too much of a slap to their faces. Like this, would they become enraged from embarrassment, simply silencing us? Since they could not be deceived, they would have to fight openly, directly breaking off all pretenses and resorting to violent methods. Bai Ziming could not help but worry. Kong Ping's shocking display of strength earlier was sufficient to leave everyone wary. Being on the riding wind heavenly vessel as well, it seemed like he would be caught in the crossfire this time. Sensing Bai Ziming's gaze, Yan Zhaoge turned to look at him, smiling as he nodded, no fear or misgivings whatsoever on his face at all. Kong Ping was indeed powerful. He could kill a martial sage realm cultivator with just his gaze. If not for the fact that Yan Zhaoge was also extraordinary, he might have been formlessly slain by Kong Ping amidst the river of time just now. However, as long as the other immortal bridge martial saints of the Grand Xian dynasty were not present and Kong Ping did not possess more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, he could not guarantee that he would definitely be able to keep Yan Zhaoge, Zheng Ming and the others here. With the riding wind heavenly vessel, while he dared not say that he would be able to defeat Kong Ping, his chances of escaping were very high. Furthermore, Zheng Ming and the others had made arrangements before they came, so it was impossible for them to be killed silently. If something had happened, the Southeastern Exalt would definitely pursue it. Perhaps there was the shadow of some other major figure behind Kong Ping and the others. Still, it was impossible for the Southeastern Exalt to let his personal disciple go missing or die for no reason at all. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, the Exalts of 10 territories. As the overlords of the world beyond worlds, they were connected to each other in countless ways. The Southeastern Exalt was also not a solitary figure. Zheng Ming looked at the valley below and slowly said, "May I ask Mr. Kong, what kind of formation is this? Is it the source flow formation? I am untalented and it doesn't look like it. If Mr. Kong continues to deny it, that's fine. My fellow disciples will be arriving soon. Let's wait patiently and ask my senior brothers with higher attainments in array formations to come and identify it." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Zheng Ming's words were actually pointing out the current situation for Kong Ping and the others. Of course, the riding wind heavenly vessel had also made preparations to flee. The main reason why he could stop the other party from making a move was to make sure that the other party wasn't confident that they could kill all of them. Raising his head, Kong Ping looked quietly at the riding wind heavenly vessel within the sky. After a long time, he slowly said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no need for this Kong to speak any further. However, the truth of this matter involves far too many things. Whether it is me or your esteemed self, both of us are unable to bear it." He sighed. If it is convenient, this Kong would like to meet the Southeastern Exalt and explain the situation to him, allowing him to judge. Qi Wei's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at Kong Ping. Kong Jinyuan even exclaimed in shock, "Father." Beside him, Kong Maosheng grabbed him, shaking his head. Kong Jinyuan struggled mightily to free himself from Kong Maosheng's grasp, yet saw Madame Kong shoot him a look as well. Kong Ping slowly raised his hand, indicating for them not to speak. Kong Jinyuan's face was filled with unwillingness, yet he dared not speak. Meanwhile, Qi Wei beside him also sighed towards the heavens, filled with fury and unwillingness. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang both secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Kong Ping was still very rational as he chose to temporarily lower his head, not being driven to desperate action. Zheng Ming said, "Does Mr. Kong mean that there seems to be something hidden?" If you want to meet my master, this senior apprentice brother Zheng would naturally be happy to bring you to him. Golden Court Mountain welcomes you. He would naturally not invite Kang Ping to board the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. That would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house. Zheng Ming swiveled his head to glance at Chen Zhiliang. Junior apprentice brother Chen, you will lead Mr. Kang back to Golden Court Mountain in a while. Golden Court Mountain was located in the central region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, where the Tao Arena of the southeastern Exalt was located. Chen Zhiliang nodded, yes, senior apprentice brother. He disembarked the Riding Wind heavenly vessel, coming before Kang Ping and the others as he solemnly cupped his hands. Mr. Kang can leave whenever it is convenient. Kang Ping surveyed the surroundings, looking at the light fog that had yet to disperse before saying, any time is fine. We just have to leave as soon as possible. There is still one more thing. Has that Yen Zhaoge entered the southeastern Exalt's tutelage? Chen Zhiliang said, that little friend Yen is not of the same lineage as us. Still, he can be considered a guest traveling with us. If he is willing, he can also accompany us back to Golden Court Mountain. Yen Zhaoge could naturally not go as well. Still, Chen Zhiliang's words were telling Kang Ping that they were temporarily protecting Yen Zhaoge. Kang Jinyuan gnashed his teeth hatefully. Kang Ping, however, did not seem enraged as he just said mildly, whatever the Southeastern Exalt decides in the future, he will naturally have his own considerations. Still, if you intend to lead him into your lineage, you will have to properly investigate this matter first. This person possesses a high-grade sacred artifact. Chen Zhiliang was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and said, you are a genius, but you also have great opportunities and great luck. Zheng Ming, Bai Ziming, Wen Luoxia, Yi Xian and the others on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel were all incomparably shocked. Everyone's gazes simultaneously fell on Yen Zhaoge. Zheng Ming and Wen Luoxia were still alright, mainly feeling shocked. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was baffled. A person with a high-grade sacred weapon had suddenly appeared in front of her. Really? Uncontrollable envy and even jealousy appeared in Bai Ziming's eyes. What a fellow. For someone who has just become a martial saint to have a low-grade sacred artifact is already pretty good. Having a medium-grade sacred artifact is already a great stroke of luck. This brat actually has a high-grade sacred artifact. Could it be that those people deliberately spread false news to trick him? Beside Kang Ping, Qi Wei said coldly, that sacred artifact was the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary, the extreme Yang seal. The exalted solar luminary, the extreme Yang seal, on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel, it was suddenly deathly silent. Chapter 692. Bai Ziming felt somewhat confused, unable to understand the deeper meaning behind Qi Wei's words. He was not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world as he had ascended to the world beyond worlds after attaining the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. In his world, he had never heard of the extreme Yang seal. However, this did not prevent him from realizing the importance of it. Just by looking at the sudden change in Zheng Ming's expression on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel, one could tell that this was different from the rest. Meanwhile, by Zheng Ming's side, Wen Luoxia and Yi Xian were first at a loss, but very quickly came to a realization as they looked at Yen Zhaoge with shocked expressions. In the valley down below, hearing those words, Chen Zhiliang was similarly greatly shocked as he virtually unconsciously turned to look at the Riding Wind heavenly vessel in midair. When Bai Ziming saw Zheng Ming's appearance, he thought to himself, this is similar to how he looked when he first heard about the sky-bearing efficate array. The old man grew vigilant, the envy and greed within his gaze as he looked at Yen Zhaoge completely disappearing, replaced by extreme caution. Bai Ziming felt that just like how Kang Ping and the others had set up the heaven-bearing efficate formation, Yen Zhaoge too possessed a great secret. If he were to get swept up in it and be careless, his fate would be dire. Exalted solar luminary. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. The first scene that surfaced within his mind was that fist intent which had remained within the extreme yang seal when he had collected it in the earth domain of the Eight Extremities world that year. The fist intent condensed into the appearance of a young man, but his appearance could not be seen clearly. This person should be the original owner of the extreme yang seal, as well as the one who forged this high-grade sacred artifact. He was the exalted solar luminary that Qi Wei and the others had mentioned. There seemed to be quite a few people in the world beyond worlds who knew about it. Yan Zhaoge noticed the gazes that Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia, Yi Xian, and the others were looking at him. After pondering for a moment, he smiled. I do know of the extreme yang seal. However, I have never heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary. I have made a fool of myself. The expressions of Zheng Ming and the others immediately became strange. They exchanged looks as Wen Luoxia could not help but ask, this. Young Master Yan, could it be that you are not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world? Yan Zhaoge nodded candidly, it is precisely so. I coincidentally had a small fortuitous encounter which brought me to this world beyond worlds. Wen Luoxia still wanted to say something, but when she saw Zheng Ming's solemn gaze, she swallowed her words again. Zheng Ming said slowly, has little friend Yan not heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary? Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, answering, I know of the extreme yang seal and the extreme yang scripture. Still, I have indeed never heard of the name of the exalted solar luminary before. Seeing that his expression did not seem to be fake, Zheng Ming's gaze became even stranger. You even know about the sun god scripture, but not the name of the exalted solar luminary? Zheng Ming muttered to himself. He looked at Kang Ping in the valley down below. Just now, Kang Ping had attempted to kill Yan Zhaoge right in front of their faces. Was it because Kang Ping knew that Yan Zhaoge actually had no direct connection with the original owner of the extreme yang seal that he had no qualms about doing so, or was it that the one behind Kang Ping had always been targeting the exalted solar luminary? If it was the former, it meant that Kang Ping was purely taking revenge on Yan Zhaoge, finding some trouble for him. If it was the latter, then the situation was even more complicated. What kind of figure was the exalted solar luminary Gao Han? He was a peak expert who had established the current state of the world beyond worlds and revived Taoism. It was said that he had survived the Great Calamity. When he had last appeared over 1,000 years ago, his cultivation base had already been higher than that of the one behind Kang Ping. If he were still alive today, barring any major accidents, he would be even more powerful. Even that major figure behind Kang Ping would not be able to withstand him. Yet, Kang Ping had still tried to kill Yan Zhaoge just now. Zheng Ming felt that he was a cautious and rational person who should not have made a move due to a moment of rage. Even Zheng Ming felt a chill run down his spine at the possibility of what might have been behind this. Of course, it could also be that Kang Ping had intentionally done so, using this as a bluff. It was just that with this, Yan Zhaoge's background had become even more mysterious in Zheng Ming's eyes. Zheng Ming would definitely not believe that Yan Zhaoge was completely unrelated to Gao Han. However, Yan Zhaoge had admitted that he bore the extreme yang seal, even admitting that he knew of the sun god scripture. What meaning was there in him still denying that he knew of Gao Han's existence? It was like looking at the restored heaven-bearing effecate formation within the valley. There would be no need for Kang Ping and the others to deny it at all. Perhaps while he came into contact with the exalted solar luminary, he only obtained the extreme yang seal and the legacy of the extreme yang scripture. The exalted solar luminary did not mention his identity to him. Zheng Ming pondered, yet dared not think too deeply about it. It was best not to easily guess at the thoughts of a major figure of that level. Truthfully reporting this to his master, the southeastern exalt, was accomplishing what he was supposed to do. Thinking of this, Zheng Ming looked at Yan Zhaoge, little friend Yan. Yan Zhaoge smiled, in coming to the world beyond worlds, I have some enmity to settle with a sect of the Royal Reed Sea, the Radiant Light sect. Zheng Ming opened his mouth, swallowing back the words that he had originally wanted to say. Kang Ping and the others had to give the Southeastern Exalt an explanation. If there were any follow-up to this matter of them having set up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation within the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would definitely affect the Southeastern Exalt. As for Yan Zhaoge, first not mentioning whether or not he had been entrusted with the mission of the original owner of the Extreme Yang Seal, even if he had, it would still be impossible to ascertain whether it was related to the Southeastern Exalt now. If the matter with the Radiant Light sect was indeed just Yan Zhaoge's personal problem, the Southeastern Exalt would not interfere. Matters of the major powers of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory attacking one another were commonplace. It was not as if sects had not been exterminated as well. If it was not truly a major mess, the Southeastern Exalt would not be bothered about it. Recklessly interfering with the arrangements of the exalted solar luminary now would be equivalent to starting a feud. If the exalted solar luminary's methods were being used in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would be impossible for the Southeastern Exalt to just stand by and watch. It was just that there were currently no signs of this. Whether or not Yan Zhaoge had a personal enmity with the Radiant Light sect was something that could be easily verified. Zheng Ming sighed inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Is little friend Yan interested in coming to my Golden Court Mountain as a guest? While it was not good for him to forcefully interfere, he still hoped to understand the situation as much as possible, not being completely clueless about it at the very least. That's my wish. I wouldn't dare to ask. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, if it is convenient, I would like to head to Golden Court Mountain after settling my personal matters in the Royal Reed Sea. I have long heard of the Southeastern Exalt's famed name. I would naturally like to meet him. Zheng Ming guessed that Yan Zhaoge's personal matters were his enmity with the Radiant Light sect. He said, Junior apprentice brother Chen will lead that Mr. Kong over to pay a visit to my master. I will remain in the Royal Reed Sea to verify some matters. The meaning behind his words was that it was impossible for him to be a hired thug. This was also how it should be. He would not urge Yan Zhaoge to immediately pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt like Kang Ping had done. While he would not prevent Yan Zhaoge from seeking vengeance with the Radiant Light sect, he would also not help Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Being able to travel with you all is already a wonderful experience for me. You are polite. Of course it had been wonderful. His gains had been much more abundant than he had thought. Chapter 693. Yan Zhaoge knew that what Zheng Ming wanted to verify was most likely related to the matter of Yi Xin having been ambushed earlier. There might be many secrets hidden within, but Yan Zhaoge temporarily did not intend to get involved in them. While it was a fortuitous coincidence, it was also due to his own diligent management that the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea was vastly different from before. While Zheng Ming and the others would not interfere in the conflict between Yan Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect, he had once been a guest on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. As this news spread, the Radiant Light sect had no choice but to pay attention to it. Kang Ping would head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt, the outcome of which was hard to predict. However, before the Southeastern Exalt had given a clear explanation, the Grand Xian dynasty would have to temporarily cease all activities in the Royal Reed Sea, keeping a low profile. Even though Kang Ping had left the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty was still powerful. Now that they were willing to quieten down, while the anti-Xian forces could heave a sigh of relief, it would be very hard for them to launch an effective counterattack. Currently, the intense battle in the Royal Reed Sea had temporarily come to an end. This was already something that could be predicted. According to Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, it would be best if the Grand Xian dynasty could directly break through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. However, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island and even the Dim Darkness sect might not be happy to see this. The result would most likely be a great battle between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces as a whole, with the fate of the Radiant Light sect very hard to predict. He might not be able to recover from this setback, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Or he might have a bountiful harvest and use this opportunity to rise. Moreover, if the extreme Yin crown fell into the hands of the more powerful Grand Xian dynasty, it would undoubtedly be akin to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Comparatively speaking, the current situation gave Yan Zhaoge more room to maneuver. Having lost the external pressure of the Grand Xian dynasty, the internal conflicts of the anti-Xian army would surface once more. He owed the North Sea Sword Pavilion a debt of gratitude to him in the first place. Now that he had borrowed this chance to defeat the Grand Xian dynasty, forcing the Grand Xian dynasty who originally held the initiative to be forced to switch from offense to defense, quelling the flames of war, this was undoubtedly an even greater help to the various anti-Xian forces. Apart from that, there were other gains. Yan Zhaoge's gaze focused slightly as he sensed the extreme Yang seal that had currently fallen into slumber once more. He understood most of the history of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. Still, there were many things in the world beyond worlds that he was unfamiliar with. Now that he could communicate and interact with descendants of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, he would undoubtedly gain immense benefits. Intelligence, knowledge, information, and similar things were priceless. At the right time, in the right place, they could play a role that far exceeded one's imagination. They were priceless. Moreover, the extreme Yang seal was now closely linked to him. Right, there might also be the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng from the corner of his eye. Feng Yunsheng's gaze met his, the two blinking at the same time. Feng Yunsheng's expression didn't change, but the veins on the back of her hand that was holding the knife were clearly bulging. The cold sun divine saber still had an extremely ordinary appearance, silently sheathed within its sheath, and was extremely inconspicuous. Looking at Jingming, Yan Zhaoge smiled. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to handle them. After leaving this place, just drop this Yan and my fellow disciples off the boat. Zhengming Yan said, traveling together for another period of time is naturally possible. If little friend Yen wishes to remain on the vessel, that is also not a problem. Whenever little friend Yen wishes to attend to his personal matters, he can leave the vessel on his own. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I thank you first. Bai Ziming, who had been quietly watching from the side without any intention of interrupting, clicked his tongue in wonder. How much of the current situation was foreseen by this young man when he boarded the ship? The waters of the world beyond worlds were truly immeasurably deep. As one traversed within, a single lapse in concentration might result in them suffering a calamity. The most terrifying and sorrowful thing was that many a time, people might not even know why they had met with such misfortune even after they had died. In the dense forest, countless great trees towered to the heavens, their leaves lush and lush as they obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. Beneath the soil, roots were intertwined as too many unknown things were hidden. The old man suddenly felt the urge to sigh now. Back then, he had been rather high-spirited. After having ascended to the peak of his original world, he had cultivated painstakingly for many years before finally successfully surpassing his limits, striding towards a place even higher than the peak. After ascending to the world beyond worlds, he had also been filled with lofty aspirations. Having successfully established himself with Zhengming and the others, it was equivalent to him having gained a stable footing in the world beyond worlds, having had an extremely good start. Who knew, however, that the winds would turn increasingly and increasingly against him afterwards? Even direct disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage like Zhengming and Qin Zhiliang valued the heaven-bearing effecate formation greatly. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary it was. In the valley, an immortal bridge martial saint had been waiting there, possessing shocking strength. The two sides had been in a standoff earlier, with a battle on the verge of erupting at any moment. Even though Bai Ziming had experienced many things in his original world, he still broke out in cold sweat. While his spirit had been dampened somewhat, Bai Ziming quickly adjusted his mentality, realizing that it would be very dangerous for him to get involved in something like this with his current strength. He could tell that the level of this confrontation likely did not lie within this valley. The true two sides were not Kang Ping and Zheng Ming's lot. Even an immortal bridge marshal saint like Kang Ping might merely be a lackey. Thinking of this, he felt like he had just been caught up in the crossfire. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again, Bai Ziming's gaze involuntarily turned incomparably complex. You are playing with fire, young man. Within the valley, whether it was Qin Zhiliang or Kang Ping and the others, their gazes that were directed towards the riding wind heavenly vessel were not calm at all. Kang Ping quietly sent a sound transmission to his wife and fellow disciples, quickly report everything that has happened in detail to the emperor. I will head to Golden Court Mountain right now. Before the emperor issues a decree or I send news back, maintain a low profile here in the Royal Reed Sea, do not act rashly. Inform the two senior apprentice uncles and King Xuanmu to retreat as soon as possible. It is not advisable to continue fighting now. The Earth-Ocean Lung crystals are about to be used up. Without being replenished, the heaven-bearing Effecate formation will not be able to sustain itself in the first place. Let's just stop. Madame Kang and Qi Wei both had complex expressions on their faces. With this halt, it was equivalent to the hard work of more than a generation over the past 100 years being wasted. There had clearly already been some progress, the light of hope within sight. Now, all of it had gone up in smoke. However firm one's will and mental fortitude was, they would virtually be driven mad by this. Madame Kang said in a heavy tone that Yan Zhaoge, Kang Ping's expression was indifferent, do not touch him for now. Before the emperor has made a decision, do not further anger the southeastern exalt. Still, keep a close eye on him and investigate if there is any trace of the exalted solar luminary behind him. Qi Wei's gaze turned even colder. Everything has been ruined by this kid. If there is no one behind him, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to regret ever having been born in his mother's womb. Kang Ping said, inform King Xuanmu to keep a low profile, keep a very low profile. Numb the anti-Xian forces of the Royal Reed Sea, do not give them any threat at all. This kid has enmity with the Radiant Light sect. Give them a relaxed environment and let them fight it out. After we have passed this trial, the Royal Reed Sea will still be our world. Chapter 694. Kang Ping, who didn't show it on the outside, was feeling as gloomy as his wife and Qi Wei. Now, however, he could only suppress all of this as he accompanied Qin Zhiliang east, leaving the Royal Reed Sea and heading to Golden Court Mountain where the southeastern Exalt's Dao Arena was located. Madame Kang and Qi Wei watched gloomily as Kang Ping left with Qin Zhiliang. As they looked at the huge divine boat in the sky that was enveloped by the multicolored light, the two of them felt their chests tighten. They could not see Yan Zhaoge as he stood amidst the multicolored light. Still, they knew that the person who had foiled their major matter was currently on that riding wind heavenly vessel. As multicolored light flickered, the giant ship finally began to move again. It rode the heavenly winds, tore through the drifting clouds, and left in the blink of an eye. Qi Wei and the others could only sigh. Kang Jinyuan shouted in dissatisfaction, Mother. Why don't we do it? While the riding wind heavenly vessel is strong, it can't do anything to Father, and there's also the formation set up by senior apprentice Uncle Qi. They aren't our match. Qi Wei did not make a sound, his expression extremely ugly. Madame Kang shook her head, the other party is indeed most likely unable to defeat us. Still, if they wholeheartedly wish to flee, they will have a great chance. It would be fine if I succeeded in silencing him. But if I failed, news of this would leak out for no reason, completely forming irreconcilable enmity with the Southeastern Exalt. Kang Jinyuan retorted, they were merely of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not the Southeastern Exalt himself. If they were killed, so be it. If the Southeastern Exalt pursues this matter, with the Emperor backing us, how could we be afraid of him? Madame Kang heaved a long sigh towards the heavens, it is not that simple. While they had a backer behind them, secretly setting up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the royal Reed Sea had originally been ordered to act in secret. Now that he had been exposed and caused a huge uproar, he had undoubtedly screwed up his mission. Now, not only did he have to account to the Southeastern Exalt, it would probably be even harder for him to deal with his backer as well. While their backer did not fear the Southeastern Exalt, as soon as a major conflict arose between the two sides, having already failed in their mission and also being the spark that ignited the conflict, Kong Ping and the others would not have a good ending. Therefore, Kong Ping had no choice but to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain and strive to minimize the problem with his own efforts. In this way, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. Madame Kong and Chi Wei understood this as well. However unwilling they were, they could only first endure this. Senior apprentice brother Chi, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the aftermath. I'll go meet King Xuanmu. Madame Kong looked at Chi Wei. While things can be discussed between our two families, their lineage might not be willing to suffer in silence in the royal Reed Sea. In the past, King Xianwen, Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi had led their disciples into the royal Reed Sea precisely because there were clues to the whereabouts of the legendary Earth Queen's deity here. The royal Reed Sea also possessed unique geographical conditions. Within this valley, it would be much easier to set up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi's successors were all content with secrecy, handing over all the matters on the surface to King Xuanwen's lineage to handle. Over so many years, the Grand Xian dynasty had become accustomed to lording over the royal Reed Sea. Chi Wei coldly said, "So what if he doesn't want to?" At the end of the day, the two seniors King Xianwen and King Xuancheng are no longer here. Without our help, he would not have been able to stabilize his position in the royal Reed Sea in the first place. For him to be able to temporarily maintain the situation, he should already be thanking his ancestors. Madame Kong said, "If we stop now, the anti-Xian forces will not dare to launch an unbridled counterattack. After all, no one knows what the Southeastern Exalt's stance will be. Our strength is clear for all to see. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack us, they'll have to consider their own strength first." Chi Wei said, "They are most likely also concerned about the news from Golden Court Mountain." Madame Kong pondered for a moment. "We might as well create a false impression for them." On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Yan Zhaoge's trio left along with Zheng Ming and the others. Zheng Ming naturally did not mind Yan Zhaoge continuing to remain on the vessel. It was just that if that happened, he would be like Bai Ziming, constantly idling about. This was not a situation that Yan Zhaoge would be happy to see. Beneath his influence, the heavens of the royal Reed Sea had changed, the entire global situation having been changed. If he wanted to gain more from this, he would still have to continue working hard. Still, making use of this period of time where they had not parted ways, Yan Zhaoge began indirectly obtaining more useful information related to the world beyond worlds from Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia and the others. While staying at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar earlier, through his conversations with the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely had a feeling. In the long history of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, some people and some matters seem to have been unceasingly diluted and dealt with. Now, many historical records had gradually faded into oblivion as few people knew about them. Comparatively speaking, the Dim Darkness sect had a long history, still having preserved many historical records as it would probably be more abundant than the likes of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. However, most of the information that Yan Zhaoge could obtain about the world beyond worlds from the Dim Darkness sect was of the current era or the past 1,000 years or so. Further back, it was hard to guarantee the authenticity of the information as more and more information was missing, far from being as detailed as it had been in recent years. Instead, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and the others were of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, and the backgrounds of Kong Ping and the others were not simple as well. Many secrets of even more distant eras could be learned from them. The Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect both originated from the Dim Radiant sect of the past, having once flourished for a time as well. However, due to the Dim Radiant sect split and the deaths of many of its higher echelon experts, many historical records of the Dim Darkness sect had been lost. The exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, is rumored to be an expert who survived the Great Calamity. Wen Luoxia's gaze was rather strange as she looked at Yan Zhaoge, clearly still not believing that Yan Zhaoge did not know the specific origins of the extreme Yang seal. As she saw it, if he was a direct descendant of the exalted solar luminary or even a disciple, it would be easier to understand why Yan Zhaoge possessed such a cultivation base at such a young age. After the Great Calamity, he established the world beyond worlds together with a few other experts, establishing the environment in which we live today, reinvigorating Taoism and rebuilding Kunlun. Wen Luoxia said slowly, these senior bigwigs were known as the Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times. Still, it seems that the Great Calamity had just occurred at that time as the environment between the heavens and the earth was still very unstable, many dangers existing within the world. In order to quell these dangers, some of the experts of the 9 luminaries perished. Afterwards, there were also existences like the exalted solar luminary whose whereabouts are unknown. Yan Zhaoge listened with great interest, causing Wen Luoxia to complain unceasingly. He ignored Wen Luoxia's strange gaze as various thoughts flashed rapidly within his mind. Hearing Wen Luoxia's narration, Yan Zhaoge now gradually gained some understanding of the original owner of this high-grade sacred artifact of his. In the history of post-Great Calamity times, this exalted solar luminary had unquestionably been an important figure. Currently, his whereabouts were unknown. If he was still alive, barring any major accidents, he would undoubtedly still be a major figure who could do as he pleased in the world beyond worlds. Just looking at the others of the Kunlun 9 luminaries who had been revered alongside him in the past, one would be able to deduce the general situation of this exalted solar luminary. The exalted earth luminary was the current earthly sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. The exalted concealed luminary was revered alongside the earthly sovereign, the current concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li similarly. It could be seen that none of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past were easy to deal with. They were unquestionably existences that could never be avoided in the post-Great Calamity times, also not being forgotten. Still, the problem was, why had that period of time after the Great Calamity gradually been buried amidst the dust of history now? If someone had done this intentionally, who could it be? Why? Chapter 695. Wen Luoxia's introduction of the situation resolved many of Yan Zhaoge's previous doubts. However, the more he knew, the more questions he had. Through his conversation with Wen Luoxia, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that there was indeed someone who was diluting past history. As a direct disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Wen Luoxia's understanding of past history was merely superficial, most of it being legends. It was no wonder that even a major power like the Dim Darkness sect knew so little about its history. There was no need to mention the other small and medium-sized forces and even the common people. Everyone knew that the historical records that everyone was rather familiar with were basically all about the situation in the world beyond worlds after the situation had stabilized in the recent 1,000 years. Most of the historical details of more than 1,000 years ago were buried in the river of time. Perhaps only an extremely small number of people who personally experienced it knew the true details. Currently, Wen Luoxia's words might not all be accurate. Yan Zhaoge knew this well, just taking it as a reference. Even so, it was still a ghastly sight. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, is that his real name? Yan Zhaoge pondered. He looked at Wen Luoxia and asked in a seemingly casual manner, I wonder if this exalted solar luminary, as well as the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, are they of the 3 clear lineage or someone of the heavenly court's divine palace? Wen Luoxia was taken aback. The Kunlun 9 luminaries rebuilt Kunlun Mountain, continuing the lineage of Taoism. It is rumored that they possess supreme martial arts manuals of the Jade Clear lineage. However, whether it's the Jade Clear lineage's orthodox direct lineage, or if it was a secret manual obtained by chance, my Grand Master might know. However, as a junior, I do not know. Kunlun Mountain's Jade Illusory Palace was the Tao arena of the legendary Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. When Luoxia continued, if it is the Grand Clear lineage, the various families and sects of post-Great Calamity times are actually all somewhat related to it. The founder of the Grand Clear lineage, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, had established the foundation of the martial Tao, educating all living beings and opening up the path of cultivation. After that, 100 schools of thought resonated and 100 flowers bloomed. In the endless years, countless experts continuously explored and opened up one path after another, leaving behind one orthodoxy after another. To put it loosely, over 90% of the martial practitioners of the Taoist sect could be considered as disciples and grand disciples of the Grand Clear lineage. After the Great Calamity, people had either directly inherited the pre-Great Calamity Tao traditions or unearthed the supreme martial arts left behind by their predecessors, all of them benefiting from the Grand Clear founding masters. When Luoxia paused for a moment before saying, as for the Prime Clear lineage, the earthly sovereign once decreed that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds. Hearing these words, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. However, knowing this, he had already gained quite a lot. Yan Zhaoge calmly communicated with the Extreme Yang Seal. As his connection with the Extreme Yang Seal grew deeper by the day, his understanding of this treasure also grew deeper as he gradually discovered many abnormalities. For example, when the exalted solar luminary Gao Han sealed the crevice of the 9 underworlds with his fist intent in the earth domain in the past, it was indeed a simple execution of the sun god scripture. However, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that there were other concepts within the Extreme Yang Seal aside from the true brilliance of the solar star. It was actually somewhat similar to the concept described in the Jade Clear 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of the Extreme Yang Seal vaguely resembled the cyclic heavenly seal of legend which suppressed the heavens and earth and overturned the universe. At the same time, compared to the incomplete version he had seen in the Divine Palace's library, the solar god canon he had now was not only complete, but even more profound and powerful. Still, the more Yan Zhaoge cultivated, the more he felt that the improvement of the current Extreme Yang scripture had more or less been based on the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture and the Life Creation heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture was one of the 6 later heavenly scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures. Naturally, it also contained extreme yang and extreme yin. Yan Zhaoge pondered, it is not much different from what I had predicted. Still, the situation is even more complicated. I really made the right decision to come to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, if I were to be sold off, I might even have to help count the money. Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia, Kang Ping, Qi Wei, and the others did not know, but Yan Zhaoge remembered it clearly. Back then, the exalted solar luminary Gao Han had placed the Extreme Yang Seal within the deep abyss of the earth domain of the 8 extremities world to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds. However, it had also been in order to deceive others of his plan. Who was he trying to fool? Where did he go after deceiving others? What was he going to do? Yan Zhaoge curled his li. Gao Han aside, that woman who had left behind the extreme yin crown was likely someone of the 9 luminaries as well. Adding on the corpse of the Rahu saber, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh inwardly at how the waters of the 8 extremities world were shallow and how many scaly dragons there were. As Yan Zhaoge pondered on this matter, others were also paying attention to him. That female martial practitioner known as Yi Xian had a rather complex expression on her face as she watched Yan Zhaoge and Wen Luoxia converse. She had actually been very embarrassed just now. Kang Ping and the others had helped her, and she owed them a favor. She had originally intended to put in a good word for the Grand Xian dynasty in front of her master and senior apprentice uncle. Who knew that a major problem with the heaven-bearing effecate formation would arise afterwards, leaving her only able to remain obediently by the side, as she even had to rejoice at the fact that she had not said anything wrong. In the end, Kang Ping had been forced to head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the southeastern exalt. The Grand Xian dynasty, who had regained the upper hand in the royal Reed Sea, had not suffered a loss in strength, yet had had to swallow their anger, retracting their defenses and keeping a low profile. This young man before her, however, was still living very comfortably and freely. As Yi Xian was astonished at Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base and strength at such a young age, she was even more shocked by this experience of him changing the heavens and changing the earth of the royal Reed Sea with a flip of his palm. While it was borrowing power, successfully borrowing the power of an expert who was not on close terms with him was not something that just anyone could do. Thinking of the extreme Yang seal and the exalted solar luminary, Yi Xian felt slightly relieved. The person before her was indisputably a youth who possessed fortune and fortune. Amidst everyone's complex thoughts, the riding wind heavenly vessel traveled far away, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Yi Xian was the first to regain her wits. She needed to guide her senior apprentice uncle Zheng Ming to the place where she had met with danger back then. Halfway there, Yan Zhaoge took his leave of Zheng Ming and the others, disembarking the riding wind heavenly vessel along with Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu. Watching the riding wind heavenly vessel leave in an instant, vanishing into the horizon without a trace, Ah Hu wiped his saliva. "Young master, if only we had such a vessel as well." After saying this, seeing that Yan Zhaoge had not responded, Ah Hu swiveled his head, seeing that Yan Zhaoge was not looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel as he was instead gazing in the opposite direction. It was also the direction from which they had just come, in the direction of the valley where the heaven-bearing effecate formation had been located. Ah Hu asked, "Young master, what's the matter? Is there someone from the Grand Xian dynasty following us?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "I didn't discover anyone following us. It is just that looking at that formation just now, I felt that it was a little strange." "Strange?" Ah Hu asked curiously. "Strange in what way?" Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze. At the end of the day, it was an image of light that was reconstructed using a secret technique, not being a true formation. Still, it feels a little different from the heaven-bearing effecate formation that I know of in the past. Chapter 696. Yan Zhaoge no longer looked in the direction of the heaven-bearing effecate formation as he swiveled his head, saying, "All right, let's not think about it for now. Let's set off as well." Ah Hu asked, "Young master, where are we going now?" Were they still going to the northern part of the royal Reed Sea? Or return to the clear scenic state? Yan Zhaoge said, "There is no need to go to the clear scenic region for now. The endless magnetic storms there are currently wreaking havoc greatly. While when Luoxia has entered the sea, from the looks of it, she was unable to get out of the deep sea artifact. As for the northern part of the royal Reed Sea, there is no need to return now either." Originally, the Grand Xian dynasty had given up on attacking the North Sea Sword Pavilion, instead targeting the Radiant Light sect. However, the anti-Xian army decisively chased them out of the North Sea, pursuing and harassing the Grand Xian dynasty all the way as both sides fought and paused, entangling with one another unceasingly. They were still quite a distance away from the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge guessed that the Grand Xian dynasty was thinking of besieging them and attacking their reinforcements, making use of their attack on the Radiant Light sect to force the anti-Xian army to give up on their geographical advantage in the North Sea. After luring the anti-Xian army out of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain, the anti-Xian army could retreat at any time if they were relatively close. When they had been lured far enough away to the point where they were in the middle of nowhere, if the Grand Xian dynasty suddenly turned around and counterattacked, the allied forces of the anti-Xian forces would most likely be unable to return to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. This way, forcing the other side to battle it out in the open, the stronger Grand Xian dynasty would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. This was an open scheme. Even if the anti-Xian army knew of the Grand Xian dynasty's intentions, they could only be led around by the nose. Otherwise, if the Grand Xian dynasty directly trampled over the Radiant Light sect, they would not be at a disadvantage no matter how they fought. With the Grand Xian dynasty occupying the initiative on the battlefield, this was where their advantage lay. The anti-Xian allied forces could only try their best to make up for it in other areas, trying their best to create favorable conditions in an unfavorable environment. Now, due to the southeastern exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty will have to temporarily cease all banners and drums of war. They can't even resort to feigning defeat and ambushing them like the backstabbing tactic. If they say that they want to cower, they must really cower obediently, not daring to play any tricks. Yan Zhaoge said, therefore, in order to avoid the anti-Xian coalition making use of this opportunity to pursue and kill them, if they want to retreat, they will have to do it cleanly. Retreat in one go, then hang the no battle sign high and shrink the defense. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. They are stronger. Whilst maintaining a low profile and defensive stance, the anti-Xian forces would also be hard-pressed to start a war lightly. The Grand Xian dynasty just does not want to provoke the southeastern exalt further when they have already stirred up trouble. It is not that they will not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Who mimicked his actions, they will definitely keep the news under raw. It is impossible for them to spread the news that they have offended the southeastern exalt. Then, young master, shall we find the main force of the anti-Xian coalition and leak the news to them? While the Grand Xian dynasty is retreating, the anti-Xian coalition can make use of this chance to launch a counterattack. This might be the final chance to deal the Grand Xian dynasty a heavy blow. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that is naturally the case. Still, it might not necessarily be as one wishes. The Grand Xian dynasty should still be rather methodical. With that, the group set off. The war between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian coalition was currently still in full swing, appearing to be at a stalemate. It was not hard to locate them. Having obtained information along the way, arriving at a certain region in the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge and the others could even feel the spiritual chi fluctuations between the heavens and the earth in the distance. That was because there were too many experts clashing, causing the spiritual chi circulation of the surrounding environment to be disrupted. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw streaks of light and the light of fire flickering in the distant horizon. A great battle had clearly broken out between the two sides. Roiling waves of chi swept the surrounding area, instantly sweeping through the Great Sea and causing tsunamis as they approached the place where Yan Zhaoge and the others were. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. What fierce attacks! This clash had begun very suddenly and ended very quickly as well. In virtually just an instant, one of the clashing sides had adopted a stance of retreat, seemingly unwilling to fight to the death with the other side. Still, their movements were clearly not chaotic as they retreated in an orderly manner, seemingly having long since been prepared for this as they did not allow the other side to tangle with them. Meanwhile, the attacking side had a ferocious momentum as they pursued the other side, looking like they would not let the matter rest as they wanted to keep the other side behind. Hu asked rather hesitantly, young master, have we come too late? Yan Zhaoge said, we are not late. The most eye-catching of the attacking side were a sword light and a streak of fiery light. They were indeed eye-catching, because the ones who had attacked were really too powerful such that Yan Zhaoge could feel the aura of their power even from a great distance away. The current cultivation base of Feng Yunsheng and Hu was still rather far apart. In their eyes, it was all bright light, shaking their minds and making it hard for them to calm down as they were unable to differentiate between them. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he was able to differentiate between them. That sword light resembled the long river of time, eternal and distant, while that fiery light was brutal and ferocious. The silhouettes of 7 fowl soaring high into the air could vaguely be seen amidst the fiery light. Without a doubt, the former was the time-flowing sword, originating from an expert of Shenlingzi's lineage, while the latter was a supreme martial art of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, the 5-fire true art, unleashing the 7-fowl treasured spear. Yan Zhaoge said, "If I were on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty, advancing or retreating would be up to me. The timing of retreat would also be grasped by me. Before I intend to retreat, I would also launch a fierce attack like this. Anyway, I have the advantage in strength, and would not be at a disadvantage." The anti-Xian coalition had not wanted to start a war with the Grand Xian dynasty in this neutral location in the first place. They had only wanted to slow down the Grand Xian dynasty's advance. Similar scenes had already played out many times before, with the enemy advancing and they retreating and they pursuing. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty did not make a move, the anti-Xian coalition would also take the initiative to provoke them before retreating with a single blow. When the Grand Xian dynasty ceased their counterattack, they would retreat. Now, the Grand Xian dynasty seemed to have been completely enraged, no longer advancing towards the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect as they took the initiative to launch an attack. This was exactly what the anti-Xian coalition wanted. Also, they would definitely not have a decisive battle with the Grand Xian dynasty here. Thus, they naturally retreated even faster and more resolutely. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. It is just that the Grand Xian dynasty's plan this time is likely the same as theirs. After the anti-Xian coalition has fled, the Grand Xian dynasty will directly turn and leave as well. When the anti-Xian coalition reacts and wants to pursue, they might not be able to catch up. Hu asked, "The Grand Xian dynasty could have used this method before as well, right?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Previously, the Grand Xian dynasty's main target was not the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Instead, they wanted to force the main force of the anti-Xian coalition to start a war with them in the wilderness. Only then would they be able to destroy their opponents to the greatest extent. If they had just broken through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, the Grand Xian dynasty would actually have limited gains. The anti-Xian forces would have directly given up on that thought as they completely retreated back to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region of the Northern Sea. It was not that the coalition did not try their best. Instead, the Grand Xian dynasty naturally held the advantage of having the initiative. The Radiant Light sect was unable to say anything about this as they could only wholeheartedly assist the North Sea Sword Pavilion in defending. With most of their experts present, their legacy would not necessarily be severed. Therefore, the Grand Xian dynasty did not want to shake off their opponents before this. The anti-Xian coalition was well aware of this. From a certain perspective, both sides actually still had some tacit understanding, just that they were unceasingly playing at each other's throats. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Now, however, the Grand Xian dynasty has changed its mind while the anti-Xian forces are still unaware of it. Hu smiled innocently. With us around, things will be different. Chapter 697. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. The Grand Xian dynasty's attacks are very ferocious, and their retreat will be very swift as well. Even if we come into contact with the anti-Xian coalition now, it would be very difficult to keep them here. He shook his head. At the end of the day, the Grand Xian dynasty is more powerful and has more resources. Still, carefully observing the two clashing forces, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, it might not be the case in other directions. Saying thus, he brought Feng Yunsheng and Hu along in approaching the outskirts of the battlefield. The direction they were in was naturally the direction in which the anti-Xian coalition was retreating. The momentum of the attacking side was unprecedentedly ferocious, causing the anti-Xian coalition to be unable to stabilize their footing for a time. In order to avoid being completely surrounded and having a decisive battle outside, the anti-Xian forces retreated time and time again, speedily heading north as they left this region of sea. Finally, the Grand Xian dynasty's attacks gradually ceased. With the anti-Xian forces having successfully pulled away from them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief before sending people to scout and ascertain the Grand Xian dynasty's movements once more. After ceasing their attacks, the Grand Xian dynasty halted, seemingly having given up on their pursuit once more as they turned and continued on their previous journey. Both sides were incomparably familiar with this scene as they had already experienced it many times. Now, it seemed like the same situation was repeating itself once more. The only difference was that the Grand Xian dynasty's earlier attacks had been too ferocious, causing the anti-Xian coalition to retreat a little more. When the anti-Xian coalition attempted to catch up to and keep an eye on the Grand Xian dynasty once more, they suddenly discovered to their surprise that the Grand Xian dynasty was moving faster and faster as they were actually about to be unable to keep up. The higher echelon experts of the anti-Xian forces were all very surprised, their abnormal actions causing them to become vigilant. This caused the anti-Xian coalition's speed of pursuit to instead slow down a little as everyone seemed to be hesitating. Yan Zhaoge's group now neared the camp of the anti-Xian coalition. Seeing the anti-Xian coalition's speed of pursuit instead slow as they revealed a hesitant attitude, Yan Zhaoge and the other two exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. The Grand Xian dynasty was stronger. With them suddenly acting abnormally, the anti-Xian coalition would naturally be nervous as they feared falling into their schemes. It was only natural for them to be a little cautious at a time like this. Sadly, the Grand Xian dynasty was precisely making use of this mentality of theirs. Now that their speed had slowed, their final hopes of catching up to the Grand Xian dynasty were extinguished, allowing them to successfully retreat. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, smiling as he looked at the person who was coming towards him. Long time no see, Elder Wu. How have you been? A black-clothed old man approached. It was precisely the Dim Darkness sect elder, the first seat Wu Zixio of the Non-Brightness Hall, whom Yan Zhaoge had met in a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the south of the Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge first contacted a Dim Darkness sect disciple in the outskirts, asking him to relay the news. Having received Yan Zhaoge's news, the Dim Darkness sect clearly viewed it with great importance as Wu Zixio very quickly came out to greet him. Seeing Wu Zixio, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You also came all the way here from the south of the Royal Reed Sea. Wu Zixio was an expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. He was one of the first seats of the Dim Darkness sect's 3 palaces, a heavyweight figure who was a higher echelon figure even amongst the entire anti-Xian coalition. With the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual having ended and the Dim Darkness sect's main altar having been destroyed, he was in urgent need of reinforcements. Thus, appearing alongside the Dim Darkness sect's main forces in the northern region of Sea was something that could be predicted. Wu Zixio sighed. It seems like it was only yesterday that we parted. Not only are you safe and sound, little friend Yan, you have even transcended mortality and entered sainthood. That is truly admirable. He clearly knew that from having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm to having successfully entered the martial saint realm, Yan Zhaoge had only been around a year at most. Such a sudden leap in cultivation was truly shocking. This was especially so for such a young man who was powerful to the extreme, which was even more rare and valuable. This old man heard from my fellow disciples that the one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely you, little friend Yan. That radiant light sect's Nong Yuxuan was merely a shameless person who sought fame. Wu Zixio sighed emotionally. This old man and my fellow disciples were also within the Grinding Hut region's sword domain at the time. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. The situation in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region was very chaotic. Afterwards, you and those of the Radiant Light sect all disappeared without a trace. Hearing the news, my sect felt rather regretful. Fortunately, you and your fellow disciples are blessed by the heavens. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. Elder Wu is polite. He looked at Wu Zixio. We can slowly talk about other things later. This Yan actually has something important to tell you in coming here this time, regarding the Grand Xian dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt. Hearing the words Grand Xian dynasty, Wu Zixu's expression was calm. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the Southeastern Exalt next, the old man's expression instantly turned solemn. In the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, matters that were related to the Southeastern Exalt were all not minor matters. At the same time, matters that were related to the Grand Xian dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt drew the attention of the Dim Darkness sect's elder Wu Zixu. Yan Zhaoge narrated the matter briefly. Wu Zixu could not help but be rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The Grand Xian dynasty had secretly set up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the royal Reed Sea for many years, always keeping it hidden from the eyes and ears of the world. This matter was related to the legendary Earth Queen of the Four Imperials of Taoism, and the Southeastern Exalt had already learned of it now. In order to avoid further enraging the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty had been forced to retreat, having no choice but to temporarily keep a low profile as they had dispatched someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt and explain the situation. As a bigwig of the Dim Darkness sect, after having learned of this news, Wu Zixu instantly thought of many things. Looking at the pondering Wu Zixu, Yan Zhaoge pointed in the direction in which the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated. The Grand Xian dynasty's current reaction actually proves the veracity of this Yan's intelligence. Gazing in that direction as well, Wu Zixu sighed in a daze. If it really is so, we would have missed out on a good chance. While we might not have been able to deal a serious blow to the Grand Xian dynasty, we would have been able to make use of this chance to take advantage of them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Actually, it is still not too late now. There is still a chance. Wu Zixu was taken aback. Oh. He pondered slightly. Please come with me, little friend Yan. My chief has always wanted to meet you. Sadly, we never had the chance to do so. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Time waits for no man. Let's go quickly. Even as they saw Zhou Haosheng, they also saw the other bigwigs of the Anti-Xian coalition. Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the North Sea Divine Sword, Gu Hong, of the early Immortal Bridge stage. Chief of Copper Men Island, the Three-Headed Dragon Elephant, Gong Sun Wu, of the Late Seeing Divinity stage. And Chief of the Radiant Light Sect, the Light Dazzling Nine Heavens Luo Ziyuan, of the Late Seeing Divinity stage. Apart from them, the other peak experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light Sect, the Dim Darkness Sect and Copper Men Island were all gathered here as well. Besides these four powers, there were also the leaders of the other sects or solitary practitioners who had joined the Anti-Xian coalition. While most of them were appraising Yan Zhaoge, the gazes of those of the Radiant Light sect appeared rather domineering. This was also the first time they were seeing Yan Zhaoge in person. That youth whose cultivation base was limited yet had caused the entire Radiant Light sect to be incomparably vexed. Chapter 698. This was also Yan Zhaoge's first time seeing the higher echelon bigwigs of the Radiant Light sect led by Luo Ziyuan at such a close distance. Surrounded by a group of seeing divinity martial saints, just their gazes alone were like a furnace. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not minding it at all. Under the current circumstances, it would be impossible for those of the Radiant Light sect to tear him to shreds even if they wanted to. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong, stood in the middle of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was like a tangible sword edge, cutting off the gazes of all those who held enmity towards Yan Zhaoge. Luo Ziyuan turned his head and met Gu Hong's eyes. Gu Hong's gaze did not retreat in the slightest. He may be related to the Grand Xian dynasty. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he was able to flee from the hands of two experts of the fifth level of the martial saint realm. Luo Ziyuan said mildly, one of them is even a formations grandmaster. As the chief of the Radiant Light sect, he was dressed entirely in black, as opposed to the other white-clothed Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Protected by the other black-clothed dim darkness sect martial practitioners, the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was garbed in white. The two factions stood facing each other, looking somewhat like the yin-yang fish of the Taiji diagram. Zhou Haosheng stroked his beard, smiling. Don't forget who it was that broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Was it from your radiant light sect? The faces of those of the radiant light sect were rather gloomy as they grew even more irritated. Luo Ziyuan's expression did not change. This old man feels deeply sorry for Yushuan's mistake and has already apologized to Pavilion Master Gu. However, this does not contradict what we are discussing now. Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng, and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. A longtime elder of the dim darkness sect asked, Chief Luo, could it be that the Grand Xian dynasty broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation themselves in order to gain our trust through this little friend Yen, thereby playing a greater role in luring us into greater danger? What kind of danger can compare to the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation destroying the grinding hut region's sword domain? That dim darkness sect elder snorted. The worst case scenario would be us having to fight the Grand Xian dynasty to the death without any geographical advantage. An old man beside Luo Ziyuan said slowly, these are two separate matters. While this Yan Zhaoge may have indeed foiled the Grand Xian dynasty's plans earlier, this does not mean that they will not join forces in the future. It is very likely that this person was captured alive by the Grand Xian dynasty. In order to survive, he is now obeying the orders of the Grand Xian dynasty, returning to scam us to atone for his crimes. Another radiant light sect elder beside him said coldly, with the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been broken, the Grand Xian dynasty should indeed hate him to the core. However, it is not necessarily that the other side does not have people who have great foresight. Instead of focusing on their past losses, they are instead planning for the future, making use of the favorable conditions that this child may have gained our trust in order to scheme further. This person stared at Yan Zhaoge with a hawk-like gaze. Check him first, see if there are any restrictions or mechanisms on his body. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You mean that I can only be considered innocent if I died at the hands of the Grand Xian dynasty back then? That radiant light sect elder's expression was cold and indifferent. You can also try and see if you can escape from the hands of 2 fifth-level martial saints of our sect, proving that my deduction was wrong. Everyone fell silent for a time. In all fairness, this was the doubt within everyone's hearts, including those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge having been able to escape alive from the combined attacks of Madame Kong and Qi Wei left everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. While they knew that Yan Zhaoge was a heaven-defying genius with a powerful cultivation base, the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Those of the Radiant Light sect similarly suspected that even with the extreme Yang seal, this should not have been the case unless Yan Zhaoge was able to wield the power of the extreme Yang seal for a long period of time or unleash its complete power. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, that should also be impossible. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge, who they had originally thought to be dead, suddenly appeared before them alive and well, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Wu Zixio frowned. Little friend Yen has something important to report in coming here this time. It cannot be delayed. The other party countered, if we do not verify whether he is a spy of the Grand Xian dynasty, who knows if his information is true or not, whether it is a trap of the Grand Xian dynasty. With the Grand Xian dynasty acting so strangely now, isn't it suspicious that he just so happens to appear at this time? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Could a descendant of the southeastern Exalt's lineage have set up a trap together with the Grand Xian dynasty, luring you into a trap? Everyone's breathing halted. Chief Gongsun Wu of Copper Men Island raised his brows. Do not speak nonsense. This matter cannot be joked about. Everyone felt the same way. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words earlier, they could only feel as though their hearts had skipped a beat. Of course, this could not be joked about. If the southeastern Exalt supported the Grand Xian dynasty like this, they would be completely powerless to resist at all. There would also be no need for them to join forces now, as they might as well just disperse and return to their own territories. Even if it was just the personal thoughts of a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, everyone had to carefully weigh the severity of this. Speaking of which, if Golden Court Mountain really had such thoughts, there would be no need for them to set up a trap. They could just directly sweep through with their strength. While the bigwigs did not assume any airs, just them standing there virtually caused everyone else to feel suffocated. Still, Yan Zhaoge continued talking casually. Doesn't it sound like a ridiculous joke? This already proves that it is completely impossible. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Luo Ziyuan and the others. Don't worry about how I survived for now. What is more important is to first think about how to deal with the upcoming situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Due to having angered the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty will be withdrawing on all fronts and acting in a low-profile manner, also sending someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt to explain the situation. Before this matter comes to a conclusion, the Grand Xian dynasty will have to be a cowardly tortoise for a period of time. Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. Everyone feels that the Grand Xian dynasty's current actions are strange. This is the reason. The venue fell silent once more, silent as it had never been before. The next moment, while no one spoke, everyone's private conversations erupted mightily. True essence roiled as sound transmissions were transmitted to one another, joining together into one. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion asked in a heavy tone, "What exactly is going on? Why would the Grand Xian dynasty anger the Southeastern Exalt?" Wu Zixio had already reported this to Zhou Haosheng via sound transmission. After hearing it, Zhou Haosheng was also incomparably bemused as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a probing gaze. Wu Zixio glanced at him. Zhou Haosheng pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "It's like this." Wu Zixio broke the apparent silence, beginning to narrate how Yan Zhaoge had come to look for him. After hearing his words, everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they stared at Yan Zhaoge. In that case, Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding, "Right, I have let everyone see a joke." Strictly speaking, this matter was also caused by this Yan. Chapter 699. Everyone's gazes fell on Yan Zhaoge. Surveying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, as Ah Hu, who was following behind him, handed over a shadow shrinking pouch. After the shadow shrinking pouch was opened, a corpse appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely the old man of the Shenling 9 Swords who had carried the bearing heaven ceremonial incense and other treasures in a low-profile manner. He was a martial saint. Although he had been dead for a long time and his qi and blood had deteriorated, his body had not rotted. Apart from the slight greenish hue of his skin, there wasn't much difference from when he was alive. After seeing the old man's face clearly, some of the people present narrowed their eyes slightly. Liao Zheng, one of the Shenling 9 Swords. Yan Zhaoge said, "Through a fortuitous coincidence, I discovered this person and killed him, unexpectedly obtaining the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, prime chaos soil and other treasures that he was carrying. These treasures are all used to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation." This Yan just happened to recognize them and thus saw through their hidden scheme. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly. "Afterwards, when I encountered the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, I mentioned it in passing." The surrounding people looked at the corpse in front of them and fell silent. Copper Men Island's chief Gong Sunwu swiveled his head to look at a longtime elder of Copper Men Island beside him, asking via sound transmission, "I heard that this Yan Zhaoge possesses a heaven spying orb?" The other party replied, "Correct." Gong Sunwu nodded imperceptibly and exchanged glances with Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng, Luo Ziyuan, and the others. The leaders of the other families also fell silent. Luo Ziyuan's gaze remained focused on Yan Zhaoge, his gaze growing deeper and deeper. Yan Zhaoge smiled inwardly. The earlier conversation between Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong and the others had revealed that they already knew about the matter of Nong Yuxuan stealing the credit back then. From the looks of it, in the great battles of the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region earlier, Qi Wei and Madame Kong had indeed primarily targeted him, Yan Zhaoge, ignoring Zhang Chao, Elder Qi, Yu Baoqi and the others. Back then, the people of the various sects and clans had all survived. The Radiant Light sect had not been able to suppress the news, and it was no longer a secret who had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. Hearing the reports of Elder Qi and the others, bigwigs like Gu Hong all knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed a heaven spying orb. Therefore, even those of the Radiant Light sect would not waste their breath questioning Yan Zhaoge now. Actually, however, Yan Zhaoge had not used the heaven spying orb to record the scene in the valley where he had previously set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Firstly, Kong Ping was strong, and his methods were strange and tyrannical. Under the detection of his aura, he released his quintessential essence and could block the heaven spying pearls prying. Secondly, in order to guard against Kong Ping, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang and the others had activated the defensive restrictions of the Riding Wind heavenly vessel to the maximum. The heaven spying pearl was unable to record anything under the dense multicolored light. Kong Ping would be able to detect a single bead if it was placed outside, and he could directly shatter it through the air. It was just that Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't explain this to Gong Sun Wu and the others. However the other side wanted to guess, he could just let them guess. This was even more beneficial to Yan Zhaoge. Anyway, Zheng Ming and the others were still in the Royal Reed Sea. It was not like Yan Zhaoge had no way of verifying it. Gu Hong was silent for a moment before he solemnly cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. Speaking of this, my North Sea Sword Pavilion has to owe little friend Yan a favor regarding the matter of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation back then. Now, little friend Yan has even discovered a secret of the Grand Xian dynasty, causing the Southeastern Exalt's lineage to make a move and deal a great blow to the Grand Xian dynasty's arrogance. This Gu first thanks you here. Before this, the overall course of the battle had unquestionably been that the Grand Xian dynasty was stronger, holding the upper hand as they held the initiative. The anti-Xian coalition had only been forced to deal with their moves as they came. The Grand Xian dynasty had switched targets and attacked the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, inevitably placing the anti-Xian coalition in a tough spot. Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others could only just barely manage to deal with it. It should be said that if there were no major unforeseen circumstances, their goal would just be to minimize their losses as much as possible. They would most likely suffer a loss. It was just that how great of a loss they would suffer at the end would be. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge had brought a major surprise to them and the Grand Xian dynasty. Not just that, due to the intervention of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, the entire battle situation in the Royal Reed Sea had been completely reversed. The anti-Xian coalition had virtually won without a fight, the Grand Xian dynasty virtually losing without a fight. This even caused Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others to feel rather lost as well as defeated. The one who had caused all this was precisely this youth who had stepped into the martial saint realm not long ago. The Radiant Light sect felt especially awkward. If the Grand Xian dynasty had not retreated, the final outcome would most likely have been their headquarters being broken through by the Grand Xian dynasty. The gazes with which Luo Ziyuan and the others were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge definitely could not be called friendly at all. They would not think that Yan Zhaoge was trying to befriend them and mend their relationship. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, let alone the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect, even those of Copper Men Island were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with admiration. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect all vaguely felt a sense of danger arise within their hearts. The chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, now sighed, "Little friend Yan is truly extraordinary in turning the tides. It is just a pity that we were still a step too late at the end of the day when we received the news. Our earlier hesitation caused us to lose the chance to pursue the Grand Xian dynasty. It is already too late for us to do so now. Yan Zhaoge instead smiled, perhaps there is still a chance. Hearing his words, everyone's gazes simultaneously fell on Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, just now, when I saw the Grand Xian dynasty launch their attack and retreat from afar, I discovered a problem. From what I know of the peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty who attacked the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect before attacking the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, there are roughly 3 of them. 2 of the Shinling 9 swords are early immortal bridge martial saints. One of them even possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The other is the current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While he himself is a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he also possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered, there seemed to only be 2 of them who attacked just now. It would still be fine if the one who was missing was holding the fort from the shadows. But if not, having already left earlier, where could he have gone? Before his words had landed, a shocking light erupted from the eyes of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng, Gong Sunwu, and the others. Zhou Haosheng said slowly, if the southeastern Exalt's lineage had not discovered the heaven-bearing effecate formation, what would the Grand Xian dynasty do when facing us normally? Gu Hong said, there will definitely be an end to our constant tug-of-war. While it would be hard for the Radiant Light sect if we pursued them to a certain point, there would still be a time when we would have to stop and return to the Grinding Hut region. Otherwise, our losses would only be greater. Being weaker than them, it would be a comparatively better result for us to retain our people while losing our territory. Luo Ziyuan was silent. Glancing at him, Gong Sunwu also said, however, the Grand Xian dynasty might not be willing to do so. Their goal is still to defeat or even destroy our main force in a single stroke. Zhou Haosheng said slowly, the other side has an immortal bridge martial saint. It is very likely that they will attempt to circle behind us, cutting off our path of retreat. Chapter 700. After Zhou Haosheng had finished speaking, the scene instantly fell silent once more. While they still could not confirm whether this was the truth, just thinking of this possibility caused a chill to run down their backs. Currently, they were already some distance away from the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. If they were caught in a pincer attack, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region, it would be extremely difficult. Those who had caught up to them would not have to fight them to the death. They just had to stop them for a short period of time or slow down their advance, and the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty would very quickly counterattack. At that time, the anti-Xian coalition would be surrounded by the Grand Xian dynasty. Their original intention of avoiding a battle with the stronger Grand Xian dynasty in a neutral location would be hard to preserve as they could only bring forward the final battle. This way, the anti-Xian coalition would inevitably be in dire straits. Someone coughed dryly. We have also been trying to prevent such a thing from happening, constantly maintaining our path of retreat as well as monitoring the movements of the Grand Xian dynasty experts. If an immortal bridge martial saint suddenly left their main force, we should not have been unable to detect it. Someone beside him immediately sighed, but everyone saw just now that there were indeed only 2 peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty. Also, we did not see the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. That person from earlier muttered, they might just be holding the line, not having made a move. After all, their goal was actually to retreat, shaking us off and preventing us from continuing to pursue them. Yan Zhaoge smiled, anyway, we will not be able to catch up to the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty now. Why not try another possibility? As for where that person might be, I believe that everyone here has a general idea of it. Gu Hong said, if the original plan was indeed to intercept us, their route would be rather fixed, probably just those few. His gaze swept across Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng and Gong Sunwu. I intend to make a trip there. What do the three of you think? Zhou Haosheng stroked his beard, smiling. This old man intends to make a trip there as well. While the Grand Xian dynasty has angered the southeastern exalt, this matter has great implications. It is still hard to say what the southeastern exalt will decide on. If the Grand Xian dynasty is still able to move freely in the Royal Reed Sea, they will definitely make a comeback. Now that they are forced to retreat, we should try to weaken them. Why not? The white-robed old man sighed. They are stronger, after all. If they withdraw and defend, we won't be able to gain too much of an advantage. We won't be able to hurt them. If they really did split up their forces, now is the best time to defeat them one by one. Qi Wei and Madame Kong had definitely reported this directly to the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, they might not have known that the Grand Xian dynasty was planning to split their forces before this. Thus, when King Xuanmu and the others received the news and made the decision to retreat, they still had to inform the troops who had circled to the rear. Under such circumstances, even if King Xuanmu and the others waited for a period of time before attacking the anti-Xian coalition, they might not be able to guarantee that the other army would retreat at the same time. After all, they also had to guard against Yan Zhaoge leaking news to the anti-Xian coalition. They could not wait for too long. Gong Sunwu slowly nodded. Such a good opportunity, and from the looks of it, it might be the last. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for us to have such a good situation again. After a moment of silence, Luo Ziyuan said, I agree. Gu Hong nodded. Since that is so, there is no time to lose. I will set off first with Chief Luo, Chief Shou and Island Chief Gongsun. Everyone else, pack your things and retreat stably to the Grinding Hut region first. Be careful along the way, just in case. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. I will slowly catch up with little friend Yen later. If little friend Yen is free, you are welcome to be a guest at my North Sea Sword Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Pavilion Lord Gu is polite. Having made up their minds, Gu Hong and the others immediately moved, directly transforming into 4 long streaks of light as they sped towards the northern horizon. Everyone else followed the orders of Gu Hong and the other bigwigs as they set off in an orderly manner. Comparatively speaking, Wu Zixio and the others felt a greater headache over how to explain things to their own people. When the other anti-Xian martial practitioners received the news, it was no surprise that they were all rendered dazed. They had still been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, being threatened by the Grand Xian dynasty at any time, the powerful momentum of the enemy like dark clouds looming over their heads, causing them to feel suffocated. While they were rescuing the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, they might still have to helplessly give up at the end of the day. While it sounded a little depressing, losing less was winning. This was the consensus of most people. However, the next moment, news suddenly spread that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated. We had won. How could the crowd not be shocked? We didn't do anything at all. How did the other party lose? Faced with the bewilderment of his fellow sect members, the venerated elders of the various sects who had given the order could only smile bitterly in their hearts. We didn't make a move, but someone else did. Still, they could only straighten their expressions as they explained in a heavy manner, the Grand Xian dynasty's unjust deeds are bound to bring about their own destruction. Ever since they arrived in the Royal Reed Sea over 100 years ago, they have harbored unfathomable motives, harboring unspeakable secrets. Now that this matter has been exposed and the southeastern exalt has been enraged, the Grand Xian dynasty would naturally not dare to act impudently. In order to avoid further enraging the southeastern exalt, they can only temporarily settle down a little. We can't let our guard down either. After all, the overall situation is still uncertain. Anything is possible. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Someone pressed for details, and there was a name that could not be avoided. Yan Zhaoge. Some people were familiar with this name, while others were unfamiliar with it. Previously, in order to join forces to resist the Grand Xian dynasty and maintain internal stability, the matter of Yan Zhaoge breaking the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and Nong Yushuan stealing credit had only been spread amongst a limited number of people amongst the higher echelons of the anti-Xian coalition, with most people not knowing about it. Therefore, the rumors regarding Yan Zhaoge mostly remained at the time of the dim sun cold moon ritual, as well as some news that had been spread by the Radiant Light sect earlier on. Some people paid attention to it, while others did not pay too much attention to it. Today, however, Yan Zhaoge's name was destined to spread far and wide in the Royal Reed Sea, becoming renowned beneath the heavens. Whether it was a good or bad impression, no one would ever doubt who Yan Zhaoge was again. The Royal Reed Sea, which had already been surging with winds and clouds in the first place, was now even more turbulent because of Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge himself watched all this quietly. After conversing with the few longtime elders of the North Sea Sword Pavilion for a while, Yan Zhaoge turned to look for the first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's Primordial Darkness Hall, Wu Zixio. The two were already familiar with one another. Wu Zixio smiled, asking, "Is there anything special, little friend Yan?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding. "This Yan unintentionally obtained a treasure. Perhaps I can invite a senior expert of your sect to examine it together. I will be waiting at the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region. Please tell your sect's chief Zhou that we should meet when we are free." Chapter 701. Yan Zhaoge had long been renowned in the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located. The Grand Xian dynasty had wanted to destroy the sword domain with the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation earlier. However, their plans had been foiled by Yan Zhaoge, with Yan Zhaoge himself having yet to even set foot here. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated, Yan Zhaoge was able to come to this place as an esteemed guest. Even if the sword chi was not activated, when one entered the boundary of the Grinding Hut continent, they would be able to feel the dense sword chi attacking them from all directions. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more obvious the feeling would be. Yan Zhaoge observed his surroundings rather interestedly. The sword chi was formless and soundless, yet it seemed all-pervasive, omnipresent. Such a foundation can also be considered rare. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. When the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were placed in such an environment, they were like sharp swords that were receiving countless whetstones at all times, being polished in all aspects, all day long. Perhaps it was just a very small action, but over the years, after a long period of accumulation, it would be an extremely considerable amount of wealth. While living and cultivating here, one's mind had to be constantly vigilant and sharpened. It was not without reason that the average quality of the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was publicly acknowledged to be the highest amongst the various powers of the entire Royal Reed Sea, with there being very few good-for-nothings amongst them. Walking beside Yan Zhaoge, Yu Baoqi led the way for him. "Young Master Yan, this way please." Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, following along with Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu. Along the way, there were quite a few North Sea Sword Pavilion disciples who were curiously paying their respects to Yan Zhaoge with their gazes. Other than that, descendants of some other sects could also be seen gathered here. There were those of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, Copper Men Island and other martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea who were dissatisfied with the Grand Xian dynasty's rule and had joined the anti-Xian camp. Everyone was either openly observing Yan Zhaoge or stealthily observing him. The Grand Xian dynasty retreated because of this person. It's hard to imagine. I heard that it was mainly because the southeastern exalt was enraged. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Within this Yan Zhaoge is most likely only playing the role of acting as a go-between. I'm so lucky. That might not be the case. Someone who has already transcended mortality and entered sainthood at such a young age, let alone the Royal Reed Sea, how many people have you seen or heard of throughout the entire world? one does not need to be very strong to act as a go-between. If one is strong enough, it would be like the southeastern exalt, not even having to say anything, just the possibility of him being enraged would be sufficient for the Grand Xian dynasty to cease their actions. Beneath the combined might of two experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, which early merging avatar Martial Saint would be able to flee. Why don't you or your elders give it a try? Who knows how he escaped? 1 or 2 incidents might be a coincidence, but it might not be the case if there are too many. Don't forget that he was the one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. The Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan is a person who is fishing for fame and reputation. That's true. The Radiant Light sect has produced such dregs. Killing material of the Dim Darkness sect, you are courting death. Come on, come on. You think I'm afraid of you? You dare to do it, but I dare not say it. With the Grand Xian dynasty retreating, the pressure on everyone's hearts was lifted as some of the past conflicts also began to surface. Their discussions were mostly private, but even if Yan Zhaoge couldn't hear the specifics, he could still roughly guess what they were thinking. He didn't care much about it. The standoff between the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, the scene of them almost coming to blows, left Yan Zhaoge feeling more interested. Watching this scene as well, who suddenly sent over via sound transmission, "Young master, there's something." Swiveling his head to look at him, Yan Zhaoge saw that the tall man's face did not have its usual lazy, slippery look as it was instead extremely solemn. "Young master, the Grand Xian dynasty has laid low. As long as the Radiant Light sect and the other powers do not provoke them, they will maintain a low profile, not attacking the Radiant Light sect. This way, the pressure that the Grand Xian dynasty is exerting on the Radiant Light sect will temporarily cease to exist." Who said earnestly, "With the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect supporting us now, the Radiant Light sect will not be able to do anything to us." However, a dark look flashed across his face. Will they just concentrate their forces and descend into the 8 Extremities world to deal with Family Head and Broad Creed Mountain? All along, the Radiant Light sect had mainly focused their efforts on the Royal Reed Sea of the world beyond worlds, dealing with the various entanglements with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect. Even if they mobilized manpower to descend into the lower worlds, their numbers would still be limited. Now, however, if the Radiant Light sect hardened their hearts and shifted their focus, with their strength and the number of experts they possessed, it would be completely different from how it had been in the past. The simplest example was that seeing divinity martial saints who descended into the 8 Extremities world would all have their cultivation bases suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. However, the difference between a late-seeing divinity martial saint and an early-seeing divinity martial saint who had both been suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm was very obvious. Both sides would naturally be superior in terms of experience and their grasp of the martial Tao, their strength also differing. Taking a step back, even if they were all the same, if the Radiant Light sect shifted their focus, the number of experts they would be able to send over would still be a shocking figure. Yan Zhaoge nodded. "This is not impossible. After all, I only have ties with the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not having personally entered his lineage." Whose expression was solemn. "Should we ask the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect for help then?" Yan Zhaoge said, "If martial practitioners above the 3rd level of the martial saint realm forcibly descend into the lower worlds, it will be detrimental to themselves. Based on previous favors, we might be able to ask the martial practitioners of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect to temporarily descend into the 8 Extremities world to help us. However, it would be impossible for them to remain here for a long period of time. After experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm have descended, it would be hard for them to ascend again. At the very least, it would be very hard for them to return at any time." Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. "We don't know when the Radiant Light sect will make a move. It is easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but it is very hard to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If we take the initiative to find trouble with the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect might be very willing. However, this might not be the case for the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. After all, with the Grand Xian dynasty still present, it is still hard to say what the Southeastern Exalt will decide. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Hu shook his head, looking at the strength of both sides now. If it is just the Dim Darkness sect alone, I'm afraid. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that might not be the case. Hu's spirits rose, so you already had a plan, young master. Yan Zhaoge said, in coming to the world beyond worlds this time, we will first resolve the threat of the Radiant Light sect. Still, we will have to guard against the Grand Xian dynasty lurking behind us. I will first sell out the Grand Xian dynasty and get on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, making use of the Southeastern Exalt to suppress the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, the problem of the Radiant Light sect loosening its shackles afterwards will naturally have to be considered early on. I still cannot say for sure whether this method will work now. I will have to meet the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, before I can say for sure. I have already sent him an invitation through Wu Zixio earlier. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.